For a motion to allow for an excused absence. Mr. Bullock.
Move to excuse Councilman Diaz from this evening's meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Amador.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to allow Mr. Diaz to be excused from tonight's meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Wanted to mention, number one, we're going to have everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. But we're going to do a moment of silence before the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight I'd like to mention Dorothy Freiberg had passed away Wednesday the 14th. She is the mother of one of our longtime city employees, so please keep that in your prayers during the moment of silence.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, there was an incident at a Christmas market in Berlin today with 30-plus killed or injured. I was at that very location this summer, and my brother and sister-in-law were there with their kids 3 days ago, and it's close to home.
Yep. We'll keep that in our prayers as well. Steve?
I also want to pass along, we lost a young man, Rodnell McNeil, last week. He was a student here in Commerce City, and he was on his way to have a successful career in sports, and he lost his life in his sleep. So, thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to ask the staff to go pass the microphone around and allow the audience to introduce themselves.
Jordan Block, R&L Design.
Thank you.
Megan Turner, Kimley Horn.
Kevin Laura, Kimley Horn.
Ryan McBreen, Norris Design.
Jay Foley, Diversified Transfer and Storage.
Mike Boland, Harris, Coker, Smith.
Mike Wall with Wall Development Group.
Charles Buck with Felsberg, Holt, and Olivig.
Greg Burnett, Greenberg Farrow.
Jason Martinez, Boys and Girls Club.
Paul Montoya.
Kathy Blakeman, Human Resources.
María Subiate, Cultivando.
Aaron Mooney, Cultivando.
Ariane.
Cristina Ruiz. Reina Soria, Cultivando.
Isela Lozano.
Estefanía Juárez.
Clint Nichols, Commerce City PD.
Maria DeAndre, Public Works.
Shannon Boyd, Kearney Middle School.
Enrique Guerrero, Kearney Middle School. Alejandra Perez Yorkowski, Cultivando.
Bruce Hastings, Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge.
Nancy Hastings, Colorado State.
David Lucas from the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge.
Kip Shirotis, Friends of the Front Range Wildlife Refuges.
Chris Kramer, Community Development.
My name is Ricardo Rocha, a longtime community member, and I'm interpreting in Spanish for Spanish speakers today.
Great. Thank you all for being here. Go ahead and get on with our meeting. First item on the agenda is proclamations and recognitions. I'd like to first ask, I know there are members of the Latino Engagement Task Force in the audience. I'd like to have you come forward to the podium, please. We're going to start off with a proclamation. I'd like to ask Mr. Amador if he would please read the proclamation.
Pulling it up, moving forward.
Do you need it?
No, I have it right
Okay.
here. Proclamation 1623, proclamation affirming
Commerce City's commitment to inclusivity. Let me pull it up real quick. Proclamation. Wait for everyone to get up here real quick. Very good. Proclamation. Whereas the success of our community depends on the existence of an environment where all city residents feel safe and welcome. Whereas the City of Commerce City is committed to securing public safety, health, and the quality of life for all residents, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender, identity, or expression, religion, place of origin, age, and physical or mental ability. Whereas we are all members of Commerce City community, regardless of where we are born or what we look like, united in our efforts to build a stronger city. Whereas Commerce City is an inclusive community that values the relationship that has built with all the community members and welcomes immigrants, refugees, and minority groups. Whereas by recognizing the contributions of individuals who bring fresh perspectives and new ideas, operate our businesses, and contribute energy and enthusiasm to the community, we collectively make Commerce City more prosperous and vibrant. Whereas the City of Commerce City encourages businesses, civic organizations, and other governmental institutions to collaborate in a manner to foster diversity. Whereas the City of Commerce City reaffirms its commitment to build inclusive relationships and create opportunities for multicultural and diverse interactions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Commerce City proclaims its desire for expanded community outreach, engagement, and authentic collaboration to create a community that celebrates diversity and inclusivity and does not tolerate hate, racism, or oppression. Be it further be resolved, the City of Commerce City encourages residents to act with tolerance and learn about diverse views, backgrounds, and beliefs to foster a greater collective understanding about our similarities and differences. In witness whereof I here to set the hand of the mayor to affix the seal from the City of Commerce City, December 2016.
Thank you, Andrew. Proclamation's been read. I'm open for a motion. Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move to approve the proclamation.
Thank you. Mr. Amador.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation as read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Do you all have anything you would like to say before we come down and take a picture?
Hi, my name is Alejandra Perez-Yurkowski, Director of Public Policy with Cultivando. On behalf of the organization, we would like to thank the City of Commerce City for putting forth this proclamation. It means a lot for the Latino community in Commerce City and for the individuals that were a part of LET as well, the Latino Engagement Task Force. And I'll leave it to them to see if they have anything else to add.
Thank you. Please.
Bueno, pues mi nombre es Reina Sori y también agradezco mucho ya que en estos momentos hay mucha preocupación aquí en la comunidad y pienso que con esta proclamación va a haber un poco más de tranquilidad aquí y pues muchas gracias.
Hello, I just want to thank you. There's been a lot of changes through our communities. There's a lot of fear and maybe just anxiety. And with this, we hope that this is resolved and we look forward to collaborating. My name is Maria Subiate. And I want to thank you for this opportunity that you've given us and to proclaim this day, to be together on our side, to make a stronger community, a closer-knit community, and this collaboration be mutual. And thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, if the council will join me down front, please. All righty, we have one more proclamation. I'd like to invite Dr. Hastings and his wife Nancy forward to the podium, please. Good evening and welcome. I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Bullock to read this proclamation.
Okay, now, it was easy when I was thinking about it. Now it's getting hard. First, I want to say that the reason why it's hard is because you have to know Bruce. And Bruce has been a steady rock out there at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal for us. So for him retiring, it's like you're losing a friend. So, okay, this proclamation from the city of Commerce City, Colorado. Whereas Dr. Bruce Hastings, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge Deputy Project Leader, is retiring from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service after 29 years of service. Whereas conservation and public education activities at the refuge bear Dr. Hastings' imprint, be it the reintroduction of the Blackfoot ferret, expansion of the bison herd, interpretive and youth environmental education programs. Whereas during his tenure, he served as a community advocate, helping advance Commerce City's vision, preserving the refuge history, and promoting the benefits of the nation's largest national urban wildlife refuge, serving over 300,000 visitors annually. Whereas the lasting impact of Dr. Hastings' career is found in the leadership, integrity, and values he brought to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Commerce City community, serving as a role model for all who chose public service. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City honors Bruce Hastings for his exemplary career, commitment to build a quality community for a lifetime. In witness hereof, I hereto set my hand and cause this seal affixed on the 19th day of December 2016. Sean Ford, Mayor of Commerce City.
Thanks, Renee. All right, I'm open for a motion. Mr. Bullock?
Move to accept the proclamation as read.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the proclamation as read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. And I'd like to first start off by saying congratulations to you, Bruce, and your wife. You've been a great community partner. We appreciate all the times that, whether it was when I was with Friends of the Front Range or when I'm out there for any type of other event, you've always been gracious. You've always been helpful. and you will truly be missed as a part of the refuge. And I wish you well in your future endeavors. Please enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. And may I just say that Commerce City has been a great friend to Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, always, and we really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Is there any other council members have anything they want to say before we go down and greet Bruce and his wife? Mr. Teeter, go ahead.
Okay, Bruce. Well, I enjoyed our quarterly meetings together. I enjoyed the updates out there and see what's going on. For the people who don't know, I retired from the Rocky Mountain Arsenal also on the fire department. And even though Bruce and I were not good friends back there, we knew each other. And I've seen his work since I've become on city council here for the last 5 years. And he's done a great job out there. And they didn't say much about this new study that we're getting from the government here. Sean, do you want to touch on that a little bit on this piece of property over here?
For the northern area transportation for I-70?
No, for this piece of property we're going to receive over here, finally get our last inspection in the dirt. Is he involved in that?
For the property that we're currently on?
Right. Mm-hmm.
For what it is it's to allow uses that hadn't been allowed in the past. And all I would say is just to the east of the stadium, for the residents that are watching at home or those in the audience, there were no restrictions placed on Denver, and they're building an entire subdivision of housing on their piece of the refuge or their piece of the property that they received. Commerce City wants to and has a desire to pursue a hotel on this site, along with Kroenke Sports, who owns the property. And to be able to do that, we had to lift some of the restrictions that allow for overnight stays. So Congressman Perlmutter and several others just signed into law the opportunity for us to expand and lift some of the restrictions that are on this property for development. And that would include industrial and residential. The downside is when that came out in the paper, a lot of people were thinking we had intentions to build a bunch of housing or an industrial park out here. Absolutely to the contrary, it has to do with a hotel and hotel opportunities for the stadium and other opportunities that may come to this site. And we need industrial allowances for office type facilities that could also go on this property. So Commerce City has never had the intention on building an industrial park or to build houses, but we do want to open up our opportunities and not be restricted any more than what the Denver community has been restricted. It's been a long, hard road to try to get some of those restrictions lifted. We've always had the refuge on our side of trying to make things right for our community. Everything from when we first released the bison and now seeing the herd grow to, 109 or somewhere in that range, Bruce? And to see the black-footed ferrets be released and be doing so well in the environment that they have out there. And hopefully they'll do their job and take care of some of these prairie dogs around here. But it's been a great partnership for many, many years. And there's several of us that have grown up in this community, and we know the Arsenal for what it used to be. And remember the military trucks driving in and out of the front gates at 72nd Avenue. And now to see it be what it is today and the opportunities that it has to draw the visitors that it draws, it's an amazing amount of people that already are going out there. So hats off to you and Dave and everybody at the refuge for making it what it is today and being the partners that we need. And you will truly be missed, Bruce, but I know you'll still be around. But it's an honor to be able to recognize you and your achievements and to send you off with a little bit of style for the hard work that you did for this community.
Thank you.
Mr. McEldowney.
I would just like to say thank you for your service. I have only been on the scene here for about nine or so years. Directly have a great uncle who also retired as a firefighter out on the refuge, on the Arsenal, so some distant family connection. But when I came into council, one of the things I sought to do was try and understand the history of the community that I was becoming engaged in, and through folks like Reba, or Renee, or Sean, or others who had been part of the effort to bring things to the state they are today. It's been phenomenal to see the evolution over the last, just the time that I've been in this community, and to know that I can take my daughter out to a fishing derby, or whenever we have visitors from out of town, we take the loop. And I have a father-in-law who's a professional photographer, and his first thing he wants to do is figure out when we're going to go take the loop so that he can get some updated photographs for his portfolio. So thank you for all that you've done to help make it what it is today. It's only just begun. I know the vision of where that facility looks to go are even more exciting. So thank you.
All right, now I'd like to offer the mic to David Lucas, the refuge manager, if he has anything he'd like to add before we come down. Couldn't not call you up, Dave.
Well, I wasn't expecting this evening, so I'll be very brief, but I think your all's proclamation is a wonderful salute to Bruce Hastings. He, from the moment that I arrived, told me the importance of the relationships that you guys have built together over the last 30 years. And Bruce, it is an honor to know him. It's an honor to work with him. He's an exceptional individual, and his fingerprints are all over what has occurred out there. And we stand committed to continue to work with you and to honor his legacy out there in terms of continuing to make that a better place for the future. So thank you all for honoring Bruce.
Thank you. Miss Hastings, do you have anything you'd like to say? I figured I'd ask before I come down. All right, if council, Mr. Douglas, you have something before?
Yes,
before
Mr. Hastings, I just want to tell you thank you very much for all years of service. And I just this past week, I was able to go out for the Bison Roundup, and quite the experience. My time on council, I haven't been able to do that, so I made room, make sure I had an opportunity to do that this year. And if you were a part of that, that's something I think everybody needs to experience that. So I appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If everyone will join me down front, please.
Have you been down there? I didn't. Yourself.
On a 3, 1, 2, 3.
All right, next item on the agenda is citizen communication. Per City Council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address the council on businesses and affairs of the city. The City Council is not able to hear any comments on land use matters that are before or may come before City Council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. Please give your name and address for the record, and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. Thank you. So we have one person that has signed up, Mr. Kip Schroedis. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record, and good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Ford. My name is Kip Schroedis, home address 2648 Bel Air Street. That is Denver 80207. I'm a volunteer member of something called the Friends of the Front Range Wildlife Refuges. We are an organization that supports Rocky Mountain Arsenal Refuge, Two Ponds, and Rocky Flats Wildlife Refuge. Renee Councilman Bullock has been our point of contact. He's been a wonderful point of contact for the organization. Thank you, Councilman Bullock, for putting all of this together. I am here tonight to urge your support of your item number 8 on tonight's agenda, the letter of support for the Urban Challenge grant funding. I just want to spend 3 minutes giving the background of that letter, why that letter is, and why I'm up here tonight asking you for quick support of that letter. Within the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, there is a pot of money that's dedicated to Wildlife Refuge Visitor Center. Beneath that, there's a pot of money available for something called urban wildlife refuges. In the U.S., there are 14 urban wildlife refuges with the proper definitions, and you can imagine that Rocky Mountain Arsenal, the refuge across the fence, fits that definition of a wildlife refuge, or an urban wildlife refuge. Really, there are only about 3 or 4 wildlife urban refuges that are in a contention for this pot of money. It is not congressionally appropriated money. This money is within the discretion of the office of Cynthia Martinez, who is the director of all the wildlife refuges. So we, as the Wildlife Refuge nonprofit, see it as our mission to go chase some of that money, $1 million at least to start with, for our refuge across the fence. So this is our plan. I will be going to Washington, D.C., meeting with this Cynthia Martinez on Thursday, January 5th. I'm going to make the case for why Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge should be a recipient of this urban wildlife refuge money. Now, shortly thereafter, Dave Lucas, as the refuge manager, will be submitting his form, his application, to Cynthia Martinez's office for her to consider, along with all the other applications she gets from all the other urban wildlife refuges. So the timing on this is to get to Cynthia to let her know that she's going to get one heck of a good application from Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge, and we're going to plead our case. What is our message? Our message, among other things, is going to be, you federal government, it's time for you guys to step up. Just 1 week ago, GOCO announced a $2.7 million grant to help the kids from around this area, bringing them to Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge. So our message to her is, okay, feds, time for you to pony up because the locals ponied up. We're going to trot out letters of support. Yours is going to be on top. We will have a letter of support from Adams County Commissioners, have a letter of support from Denver City Councilwoman Stacy Gilmore. We'll have a letter of support from GOCO. Over the summer, I collected petition signatures from kids in Commerce City and in Montbello. So we're going to lay out all of this for Cynthia. Now, who is we? I will be joined by Mike Bennett. No, not that Mike Bennett. Mike Bennett was the chief of staff for Senator, and Congressman Wayne Allard. He is also a board member of the Wildlife Refuge, the Friends of the Wildlife Refuge. I myself was the district director of Pat Schroeder's office. I've been out here in Commerce City since 1978, the time of Harold Kite. So the two of us together over decades grew up and did great things for Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge. So we will be the ones making the pitch to Cynthia Martinez. That's the background of all of this. We'll be showing her visitation numbers. Last point. In October, the first month that the refuge started counting visitors out there, 37,000. 37,000 visitors visited the refuge in October alone. Now, that's a number that your economic development folks should be starting to get in their brain to start talking to the hotels. There's a connection here between visitations to the refuge and marketing for your hotel. So this is something we also want to bring with Cynthia Martinez. Once again, I urge your support of this letter that you will consider later on in the evening. Thank you for allowing me over my time.
Kip, thank you very much for coming in tonight. As you said, Renee has been a member of the Friends of Front Range for for quite some time. I'm a past member of the Friends of the Front Range. We understand the need, and we want to make sure the Visitor Center stays open and is there for our residents and visitors to come and be able to enjoy the refuge. So every year, this council goes back and we meet with Cynthia Martinez. I've met with her for the last several years, and we urge her support as well. So we'll be seeing her in March, and we'll also put in a plug for those funds and the refuge, and the council will take this up and consider a letter of support later in the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Happy holidays to all of you.
Yep, Merry Christmas. All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who didn't get a chance to sign up for citizen communication that would like to come up and have 3 minutes to talk to the city council? Seeing no one, we'll move on in the agenda. We have the consent agenda, and tonight there's only one item listed under the consent agenda, so we will treat this like a regular business item. I need a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2016-119. Mr. Bullock.
Move to approve Resolution 2016-119.
Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
Resolution 2016-119, resolution approving award of Third Amendment to contract for new recreation center and infrastructure construction services, work package 2.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. The title has been read. I'm going to take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Move into our next item on the agenda, which is public hearings. We start with ordinance V-86-17 plus Z-941-17. The next two items are interrelated and will be heard under one public hearing, but voted on separately. The vacation ordinance will be voted on first, followed by the zoning ordinance. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and invite Planner Paul Workman forward to make his presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Before we get started this evening, I do want to take a moment to wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday season. It's a busy time of year, but I hope you all take some time to enjoy it.
Thank you.
Before we get into the cases this evening, with the Mayor's permission, I would like to invite representatives from the Urban Renewal Authority and Regen, kind of give some project introduction and background for Council's benefit.
Absolutely.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Again, for the purpose of the hearing, my name is Chris Kramer. I'm the Community Development Director. I am here on behalf of the co-applicant, the Urban Renewal Authority. We are here tonight to present the culmination of from when an application was submitted for zoning and a vacation. The application was submitted in June, so tonight represents the culmination of that 6 months worth of work. I'm going to provide a real brief overview of the site with a tiny bit of history. I will turn it over to Rick Wells with Regen LLC, who will talk a little bit about the project, the sort of the big picture ideas behind it. And then we're going to turn it back over to Mr. Workman, who will take it through the very standard, typical staff analysis. So real quick, most of you know this, but in case we have members of the audience watching who may not be familiar, a real brief history of the site. The 65 acres originally opened as the Mile High Kennel Club in 1949. Operated that way for a few decades, peaking out in the 80s with weekend attendance in the 10,000s. Attendance started declining after that, and eventually the operations closed in 2008. In 2011, the URA purchased the site with the idea of making sure that the project continued to operate and function as that real anchor of the neighborhood and of the community. Instead of just taking a more passive role, what can we do to make sure that this maintains its presence and role within the community at large? From there were a number of steps taken, including some outreach, demolition of the property. There was a grant-funded feasibility study in 2013. A memorandum of understanding was signed with Regen in 2014. There were an initial round of public input meetings. Eventually, the master developer agreement was signed in April of 2016. As I mentioned earlier, the zoning application was submitted in June of this year, and we are here tonight in December of 2016 with the first reading of the PUD. We've talked about this also a number of times, but I think it sets the table well for the ideas that you see within the zoning that's before you tonight. These are the 6 project goals that were identified in that feasibility analysis that was done in 2013, starting with creating a flexible plan that contains mixed-use and multi-use neighborhoods, provides a variety of retail and commercial development. It was important to make sure that the project kept a sense of place. The site had functioned that way for a number of years, and so it was important for that sense to continue forward. The 5th one is to provide a space for the Boys and Girls Club. We actually have a representative from them here tonight with us, and proud to say that aspect of the project goal is obviously well underway and extremely successful to date. The last one is holding a portion of the site for an institutional anchor for education and training. We have heard from our business community and a lot of our industry that there's a shortage of trained labor, and at the same time we have Commerce City kids graduating from our schools that maybe not all of them are wanting to go to college, and there's an opportunity there to help Commerce City kids while also providing some trained labor force for a lot of Commerce City businesses. It was this element that really helped make this project more than just a typical mixed-use development. It really helped provide a sense of connection to our community, both on the business and the resident side of things. So these goals really helped shape what came to be in this planned unit development that's being proposed to you tonight. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rick Wells, and he will take you through some of the project elements before handing it back to Paul. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today and talk about this project. And I do want to thank a couple groups, the staff of the city, the planning department, Public Works, have done a great job over the last 6 months helping us get through the process, giving us feedback, representing your community in terms of putting this vision and this plan together. And I'd also like to thank our consultants, RNL, our planners, and Kimberly Horn, our engineers, who worked together with me and the staff to put this plan together and bring it to you today. And we do have representatives of both RNL and Kimberly Horn here in the audience tonight to answer questions if we have some technical questions for them when we get to that point. So again, thank you. And I do want to emphasize, as Chris pointed out, what we think we have done here in terms of this project is to really pull together a plan that addresses all of those visions, the vision that the city had when it purchased the property and when it's invested in the property. And we think this really does help to build a new community in Commerce City. The current conditions for the site, basically we have the Boys and Girls Club on the southeast corner of the site, on the corner of Holly and 62nd. That's built and functional. Glad to have them as a neighbor for this project. We also have the existing stormwater facility along the edge of Holly Street running from the north of the Boys and Girls Club up to 64th. And that is the approximate shape of the pond right now. It's a regional stormwater pond, and we're going to get into that in more detail because that will change and it will impact the site. Currently, there's traffic lights around the site at Parkway and 62nd, on Holly, both the 62nd and 64th, and on the northwest corner at 64th and Highway 2. There are no new lights suggested from this project, but we do want to connect this project into into the existing street network. So basically, we're working with essentially what's a blank slate right now. It's a hole in the community It's an impediment to movement through the community, and it really doesn't bring anything positive to the community at this point. What we're looking for is to build a high-quality community, and these are some of the essential elements that we've talked about and that match the vision that you laid out. The mix of uses, retail, commercial, residential, all are represented in this plan. A mix of incomes. We're looking for affordable residential product as well as market rate residential product. Housing types, we're looking for single-family homes, separate, attached, some townhomes perhaps. Stacked flats would be a good product here, and then a multifamily project or more, one or more, that could be as high as, let's say, 5 stories is a good height we'd like to get to, but something with a multifamily rental aspect to it. Housing for many generations. We want kids here, we want adults, and that's really what studies say bring communities together and really create a vibrant community as a range of ages, a range of backgrounds. Indistinguishable high quality. That's really important because you don't want to walk down the street and because you do have a mix of building types and a mix of incomes in the neighborhood, be able to say, okay, that's an affordable product versus that's a market rate product. You really shouldn't be able to tell the difference. You should be able to walk down the street and say this is a really great place to live and work and not know which project is which. Connected, walkable, and safe. You'll see in our plan we think we've done a great job of putting together a connected system where people can walk through the development, walk around in the development, and be comfortable, be safe, and really feel like this is a place they want to be. Active and program, we really do think that having those spaces available for people to come and program and do things is important to adding to the fabric of this community. On any one of these projects, you really start with some of the basics, and the basics are the street pattern and then the open space and stormwater quality. Those tend to define the land use patterns and the road patterns and whatnot. So this project is no different. We had to start with this blank space and say, okay, how do we fit this new community into the existing community as well as we can? The first thing that we talked to the community, got feedback, and we got a lot of feedback from some of our public meetings that the community to the north did want better connections to the community to the south, and in particular the shopping center with the King Soopers. So we did decide to put Parkway Drive through the site, connecting on both the south and north end as a primary connector running through the site. It will not be a high volume street because there's really nowhere for the street to go once it gets to 64th. It really is just connecting through the site and allowing people to move in and out of the site efficiently. We tried to look at connecting the site from east to west. It becomes very difficult because we do have to deal with the stormwater pond, which gets much larger in the plan as we move forward. We'll talk about that in a minute. But what that really did was prevent us from being able to connect 63rd through the site. There is an entrance to 63rd on the west edge of the site at Highway 2. That'll be preserved. We'll bring that into the site, and then we have to divert it to get through the site to the east. So we took it down and took it out just north of the Boys and Girls Club to connect over to Holly. We don't expect, again, that to be a high throughput road. It really is just a connection to get people in and out of the project. The other main street, east-west, is approximately at Fairfax, but it really does connect just the the retail center to the south, one of their entrance drives going through the site and up to the north. We couldn't find a good place for it to connect across from an existing street on 64th, and so we dead-ended it up there where the parking lot is across the street. But that is a separator. When you see the plan, you'll see that separates some of the retail and trainings and institutional uses on the west from the more mixed-use, commercial, residential on the east. Some of our objectives when looking at this plan: improve north-south and east-west connectivity. We've done that. Align with these existing streets wherever possible. Public Works, that's important to them because it's safer for people to come at an intersection where they know that the road across the street is lined up. Separate the retail and education campus. We talked about that, being able to separate those traffic patterns, which are very different from a timing perspective and from a use perspective. Parkway Drive, having the connection through the site, we think is critical. And then 63rd Avenue connecting to the west but not to the east. I should point out here that one of the impacts of this project that isn't represented on the map, which is significant, is that this project, just by its very nature, adding a number of homes, adding a number of businesses here, is going to increase traffic in the neighborhoods. The good news is the traffic studies show that the existing street network handles it very well around the site, around the perimeter of the site. The one intersection that's negatively impacted, as you would expect, is the intersection at 60th and Vasquez Parkway Drive. That's a multi-pronged intersection. That intersection performs pretty poorly at times now, and will certainly be impacted by the increased traffic coming from this facility. We are going to be working with the city, with the staff, to make sure that we promote alternative routes for people so that people don't just automatically travel to the south to that intersection, and we try and promote traffic that gets either around that intersection or intersects it more easily up at 64th and Highway 2. We talked about the regional stormwater facility, and this is important because it does impact both the city and the site significantly. You saw the size of it before. It was not all that big. It has more than doubled in size under the current plan, and the reason for that is multifold. The current pond, as we want to call it, is a regional stormwater facility. It does not serve this site. While it sits on this site, it actually serves a basin, drainage basin to the south and to the east of about 400 acres. And just a very small portion of this site could potentially go to this, like a block maybe, but no more than that. So this pond really is a regional facility. The pond, as it sits today, contains less than a 10-year storm event. So if you get an event that's a 1 in 10-year storm event, and we've had a number of those in the last several years, this pond would overflow, and it would overflow into the streets to the north of the project. The design standard for such a pond is a 100-year flood event. Now, the good news is it doesn't go 10. It's not linear. A 100-year event isn't 10 times as big as a 10-year event. That's not the way it works. But the pond does have to more than double in size. The other issue with the pond is it's just ugly. It's just got a bunch of weeds in it. There's nothing to it. It has no value to it other than holding water. So what our objectives were with the pond was, number one, increase the pond capacity so that it would meet the current design standards of 100 years. We've done that. We want to make something more of the pond. There's a school on the corner, Central Elementary on the corner of 64th and Holly. There's kids there that are going to walk through the neighborhoods, around the neighborhoods, walk to the Boys and Girls Club. Currently, they have to walk down Holly on a connected sidewalk, and it's just not a great condition. So what we want to do is have a separated sidewalk on Holly and also provide what we call an amenitized edge. In other words, a walking path, park benches, places where people in the neighborhood can feel comfortable walking around what is otherwise an impediment, which is this pond. Create a safe and attractive facility, really spruce it up, make it look better, make it more functional. And we do want to integrate the pond and the open space so that it does look connected, even though it's not a part of the project, that it looks like a part of the project and really connects from a field perspective with what's the rest of the open space that we're creating in this project. So that leads us to this slide, which is talking about how you bring all those pieces together. So we've established the primary road network. Now we've talked about the stormwater. You can see that the regional stormwater pond to the east has gotten much larger, and that the bluer area there is really going to be fairly unusable space. Some of the edges on the south edge may be shallow enough that they won't be inundated frequently, and we will be able to use those as open space. And then you see the light green where we're saying we do want to create an active open space edge next to that pond. So again, trying to get double use out of some of that land. And it won't look like this. It won't be square and rectangular. It'll look bright. It'll be landscaped and that whatnot. But it'll just integrate that pond into what we are considering the open space network. And you can see the strips of green leading to what we have as a central park in the new project, and that's going to be a dual-use facility as well. The northern part of it, water flow goes in this area from south to northwest. That northern area will be a usable stormwater area. In most conditions, it will not be wet. It'll hold some storm water, will fill up slightly, but it'll be landscaped, it'll be usable, and there's lots of different examples of how that's done in Stapleton and in Commerce City. The south end will be a park, programmed open space park. You can see we've also integrated a number of green streets, for lack of a better word. They're not actually streets, but they're connected open spaces that allow people to walk comfortably throughout the development. And you've seen that done very successfully at Stapleton. We can give you some good examples to go down there and walk around and look, but it's the same sort of an idea. It helps bring a community together, helps people from the surrounding neighborhoods feel comfortable walking through this new neighborhood and feeling like they're a part of it. So we've established the road network. We've talked about the open space and the stormwater. That defines a lot of the space that's left. And so now we get into what the zoning and the uses, land uses want to be based upon our plan and the vision that you set out. This is what we've come up with. The primary attributes of this plan, we talked about the institutional and academic use. That quadrant is up in the northwest portion of the site, and we'll talk a bit about how we plan on programming that. The hotel, retail, restaurants is more of a traditional retail center on the southwest corner of the site. Takes advantage of the Highway 2 visibility. Retail likes visibility. They like cars to be able to see where they are at. So they do get the drive-by traffic on Highway 2. It will be primarily local serving retail, but it does still like that visibility. And we also like that it's associated with the retail to the south. We've talked to the center owners to the south there, and they're very excited about this project. And we'll be working with them to make sure that the entrances align and things like that to make sure that it's a very friendly retail environment going from one side to the other. On the far north edge of the site, you can see we've got the yellow that's identified as single-family homes. Those could be either attached or detached. They're planned to be alley-loaded, garages, street fronts, more dense than what you see typically in Commerce City. And that's where we should start talking about density. We really do anticipate that this project is much more of an urban form, not as much of a suburban form, which is what your zoning typically leads to. We want it more dense, more walkable, and just a little bit more urban than what you currently have available in Commerce City. It is a new product for Commerce City, and we're excited about that. But it is single-family homes, so it does match with the properties to the north. You see the orange in the middle there. That's an area where we've identified it as multifamily mixed use. It's really a kind of an in-between category. It could go more towards residential. It could go more towards mixed use. The mixed use aspect of it really is just the retail on the ground floor on some of the properties. But the idea is to get a little more dense as we go further south into the project and be able to do some multifamily projects, perhaps a 3 or 4 story rental project or a for sale townhome type project in there. On the south central portion of the site is the most intense mixed use portion of the zoning. So retail, commercial, residential, ground floor retail is what you're after. And if you can't do that, then you want to do some retail pads at some of the entrances, things like that. But truly a mix of uses. What we really love to get is some commercial in there, get some local office, get an office building on top of a retail, some hotel perhaps in this area. So really a true mix of uses. And so that really kind of brings the density further to the south where it doesn't impact the neighborhood nearly as much and aligns it more closely with the commercial area to the south, and also with our new commercial area to the west. So that's the basic layout of the zoning. Some of the quadrants talk about briefly training and education. We've talked about this a lot. We don't have a partner picked out yet, but we know one who we want to work with, and that's the Adams County Schools. We've talked to them a number of times. They're excited about the prospect of working with us to put together a plan where they can be a partner in developing some sort of a training center on this site. And Chris, I think, did a good job of talking about what that might be. Excuse me. Next, retail and commercial. This would be a more typical small retail center, if you want to call it that. We do think there's a good opportunity for bringing new retail into the area. We're hopeful that the density that we're bringing, the new homes, not only has an attraction for new retail, but also helps the existing retail to the south, the center to the south, probably gets healthier first before we attract new retail to this area. And I think that is a very real possibility. We've talked to hotel developers. We think a hotel could fit on this part of the site, and there is a hole in the market here for a hotel. Pad sites, sit-down restaurants, something like a Chili's or something like that, where it's a fast casual or a sit-down restaurant would be a great fit here. And parking ratios in this area really are driven more by the retail tenants. They pretty much know what they want in terms of parking, and you have to give it to them. Ground floor retail, we talked about the more intense mixed-use environment on the south and on the edge against the commercial center. That is intended to be urban ground floor retail, very walkable, buildings up to not a lot of setback from the buildings, but basically sidewalk, cafe seating building. That's kind of your ideal form. And we're hopeful that having this many new residents, having the opportunity to build out the center, having the training component will lead to people wanting to build retail on the ground floor to create that urban walkable environment. The residential piece of it, we talked about a mix of incomes, mix of product types, and this is really just a more descriptive look at what we're looking at. The types of multifamily, I think the most likely project to start out with is a 3-story rental project with surface parking. I think aspirationally we could get to a 5-story project with some structured parking. That will be very aspirational for this project, but we hope to get there. Rents, again, a range of rents from pure market rate to some sort of a deed-restricted, income-restricted product in the affordable range. Single-family homes, detached or attached, duplexes, townhome styles, typically 2 to 3 bedrooms. Low end of the market's 175. High end in this area is probably 350, and that fits really well with the demographics and what we think the market wants out here. Seniors, we are looking for a seniors developer. We think getting that range of ages, a seniors project, active seniors, we're not looking at a memory care or a hospice or assisted living, but an active seniors type project here, which will require an elevator building. Those buildings like to be at least 5 stories when you go to an elevator configuration, so that's an important part of the zoning to be able to attract that type of a user. These are just some pretty pictures. I picked this one because I think it does show a good representation of what some of the denser project could look like here. This is a 3-story multifamily building, and I do think this is likely to be the first multifamily project that gets built here, and I think it's going to be the prevalent building form in terms of multifamily projects for this site. This then leads us to what we call the pretty picture. This is one example of how the site might get built out with the different types of buildings identified as in terms of the retail, the education, the hotel. You can see that's in purple there. The single-family homes with the alley-loaded parking on the north end of the site, moving towards a little more density as you move to the south, getting into some mixed use, some restaurant pads at the corner of 64th and Parkway. The one thing I will guarantee is when this project gets built, it will not look like this. That I know because this is just our conception of it. I can guess it'll be pretty close in some areas, but I would also say that it's more likely that some people will come in and say, hey, I want to arrange my buildings this way. I'd like to put a commercial building over here, and I'd like to put a residential building over there, and the shapes will change. That's really not what we're looking for here. Today, what we're looking for is your approval of a zoning package that we think allows this type of a new environment, a new community to get built. And so this is a good example of what we're aiming for. And we think that the zoning that we've laid out here really does get us to this point. Last, a bird's eye, well, not last, one more. A bird's eye view of the site just kind of gives you a feeling of the scale, the types of buildings, how they might be placed. So this is a different look at the same site plan as you just saw. You can see the educational center, the hotel, a retail center, the park in the center of it, the regional stormwater facility to the east, and then the single-family homes along the north side. So we think a good rendering of what this might look like when it's all built out. Lastly, I do want to say that what has been talked about as being very important to the community throughout this process, and we believe is important as well, and that is to connect the past with the future by really bringing in some historic elements from the site's previous use. We're not exactly sure what that might look like. It may be street names, it may be signage on site. We may be able to bring in some of the historic artifacts that were captured from the old dog track when we tore it down, and really put those into this new development to kind of bring it all full circle and make what's new here at least acknowledge what was old here and what was here before, and how important the dog track was to the city of Commerce City. So we do plan on incorporating that into the new development in some way. At this point, that gives you some of the background, gives you a high-level view, and we'll turn it over to the staff, and they can go through some of the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so as was alluded to, there are two requests this evening. There will be one presentation, but there will need to be two separate motions. The first case is a vacation of right-of-way case, V-86-17. The second request is for a rezoning. That is Z-941-17. The applicants are Regen LLC, the City of Commerce City, and the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority. This is a bulleted outline of the presentation this evening. Probably won't spend much time on all of this, but do kind of want to give you some context for what will be part of the staff's presentation this evening. Just a very brief kind of catch-up of context and zoning, an analysis of the city's comprehensive plan and how it identifies the property, a little bit of discussion related to the specifics of the PUD, and then a traffic analysis, some next steps, and then a recommendation. Won't spend too much time on this, but again, the site is located within the historic part of the city. It's got 62nd on the south, 64th on the north, Holly Street on the east, and Highway 2 on the west, currently zoned C3. And this is just a closer look at the subject property as well as the portion of Dahlia Street right-of-way that's requested for the vacation. The real request for the vacation is to incorporate the area into the redevelopment of the site. There are some existing utilities there. They will remain in easements, but really the vacation of the property as part of the project allows it to be landscaped and beautified as part of the project. Additionally, there is north-south travel patterns on Highway 2 and 85 directly to the west, and the entrance on 63rd would be maintained in order to continue to serve that site. In looking at the approval criteria for a vacation, very briefly, the Planning Commission found that the request does meet the vacation approval criteria, that it will be incorporated with the development, that north and south access will be maintained, that the access off of 63rd would be maintained, and then it will be incorporated to the larger redevelopment. So this is the city's comprehensive plan designation for the subject property. At this time, the site is called out as a mixed-use regional commercial center. That's what the kind of purple and pink hatching is located here. And so that there's also specific language within the city's comprehensive plan that talks about the redevelopment of the site, specifically redeveloping it in Chapter 4 as a mixed-use project that's well integrated with the adjacent commercial and residential, potentially including some senior housing. And then in Chapter 8, talking about redevelopment and reinvestment, talking about the site including a mix of uses, residential, commercial, and a lot of what you've heard this evening. So as I mentioned, there are the mixed-use regional commercial center. The mixed-use zone district for this particular application intends for a variety of uses on site, including commercial and residential uses, and it is intended for a quote-unquote urban environment. Secondly, the regional commercial center has a variety of descriptors, if you will. Again, looking for the mix of uses, the densities, the parking vehicles and sides and rear property, again, really trying to get at that urban environment. So now, you've heard a couple of times, urban environment. What does that really mean? Generally speaking, it means smaller lot sizes, buildings closer to property lines and streets, community-oriented pedestrian spaces, and then the mix of uses we've talked about. The image in the lower left-hand corner is a pretty standard mixed-use development. You've got ground floor commercial office-type uses with 2 or 3 stories above of residential. And then the image in the lower right is taken from an aerial photograph of Stapleton that really highlights some of these green connective spaces and how they can really enhance the community space. Won't read this all, but in summary, the last sentence I think is telling. This was provided from the applicant's narrative that the project is a mixed-use hub with a strong urban walkable form that will tie the surrounding area together. So that's really the intent that they've gone for. There are a couple of site photos in the subsequent slides. The first one will be looking kind of in the center of the site to the southwest. The second would be the northeast. The third is showing the existing pond, and then the fourth is showing the Dahlia right-of-way that's being requested for vacation. So again, the one on the left looking south, the one on the right looking to the northwest, the existing pond on the left-hand side, and then the requested vacation right-of-way of Dahlia Street. As was alluded to, there was public outreach performed as part of the zoning request. I think a few of you were even at that meeting. So earlier this year, in September of this year, Regen and the city did hold a neighborhood meeting at Central Elementary School. There were about 50 people in attendance. There was a joint presentation similar to what you've seen this evening. And then there were also breakout tables for specific comments or interest levels. So now turning it to the request this evening, taking a step back for just a moment. When properties are zoned to a PUD zoning designation, it's basically a three-step process. The first one is to kind of do a concept of what you might be thinking on the property. That was completed as part of the feasibility study. So the project is currently in stage 2, which is where the PUD zone document is actually created. That sets minimum standards for things like setback requirements, uses allowed in different areas, densities allowed in those areas, things of that nature. And then the third and final step is the administrative PUD permit that we review specific development for compliance with the adopted PUD zone document. The PUD that's being proposed is 10 sheets that have a variety of purposes. These, for a project this size with a variety of uses, 10 pages is pretty standard for what we would like to see. Again, these are the planning areas as part of the PUD. They are similar to what was represented just a few minutes ago by Mr. Wells. The institutional area in the northwest corner, the commercial area in the southwest corner, the residential, single-family residential, whether that be attached or detached along the northern property line, the more kind of mixed-use, most intense mixed-use areas in kind of the southern area, the drainage and park facility for the property kind of in the center as well, and then a mixed-use designation but really focused on residential in the area F. Area G is the new regional pond area, and then area H is the existing Boys and Girls Club. So the proposed bulk standards that are within the PUD zone document do reflect an urban style of bulk standards to achieve that density in the mix of uses that was previously alluded to. Again, it's unlikely that the site would develop exactly as represented here, but with the proposed bulk standards, this is one of many options that would be allowed to be developed on the property. And in terms of open space, the open space in the urban environments are intended to serve more of a community open space, as there's usually less private open space, i.e. yard space, so there's more community open space. And the project does exceed the city's minimum traditional standard of 3% open space for this type of project. This is another one that reflects the urban nature of the development, specifically as it relates to parking requirements. Really what this is intended to show is that there are a variety of suburban communities in the Denver metro area that recognize that an urban environment or a downtown area is often more dense and intense and walkable, and therefore requires less parking. So for those sorts of projects in Brighton, there's shared parking agreements. In Castle Rock, there's no parking requirements. In Erie, there's an automatic reduction of 20% of your standard requirement. And even in Lakewood, the minimum is 0.75 per unit, all the way to a maximum of 2 parking spaces per unit. And then in Parker, they prefer the on-street parking counts, and the shared parking is encouraged as well. As part of the development proposal this evening, there is a proposal for 1.25 for multifamily. apologize, should have mentioned that. This is for multifamily requirements. Obviously, each individual use has its own set of requirements, but this is as it relates to multifamily parking. And then these are the proposed street cross-sections. The applicant is proposing some customized street cross-sections for a variety of reasons. The real purpose of this is that the city and Regen and the South Adams County Fire District did work very closely and very collaboratively to ensure that there are adequate fire lanes as part of each of these individual street cross-sections. Again, showing the minimum 20-foot requirement. In terms of traffic analysis, there was a traffic impact study submitted and it was reviewed. This type of traffic impact analysis is intended to encompass a large chunk of property with a variety of uses and densities, and so it is a guide for likely traffic impacts. However, at the time of specific development of a particular parcel or type of development, those folks would also be required to submit a letter of conformance to this general traffic study or conduct a traffic impact study of their own and identify any mitigation strategies. And as was alluded to, 60th and Vasquez intersection will be impacted by the development. Any development in the area will have an impact at that intersection. But over the course of the life of this development, there will be impacts to 60th and Vasquez. The good news is that CDOT is currently studying the US 85 corridor. While there is no implementation funding currently allocated, CDOT is evaluating the intersection, not only here, but at I-270 and Vasquez. So it is on CDOT's radar. As expected, though, there are improvements needed at 60th and Vasquez in order for the future regional success of this area. Traffic will likely increase. On-site traffic mitigation will be evaluated both by the applicant and by the city and implemented throughout our PUD process. Not throwing up our hands and saying we're not going to deal with it, but identifying it as development is critical. And then CDOT's in control of the physical mitigation of that intersection. That is CDOT controlled, and CDOT is responsible. Again, access permits will be necessary from both CDOT and the city. There's a recommendation to lengthen the southbound turn lane at 64th and Highway 2. Likely need traffic signal equipment upgrades to the existing traffic lights. And then when the northeast corner of the portion of the site that's closest to Central Elementary, when that's developed, that there should be an evaluation of pick-up and drop-off times and evaluate if any mitigation measures are necessary. And then, again, as we've alluded to, that other site-specific improvements will need to be made with the development. There is existing public transportation in the area today on Holly Street between 62nd and 64th. There's also a new bus line coming to the subject property that would connect the Civic Center with this site, as well as the Fast Tracks A line, the Central Park Boulevard, that is scheduled to begin in 2017. And then as RTD looks at regional bus issues, particularly in the northeast part of the metro area, there are opportunities for bus rapid transit stops at this property along Highway 2 at either 62nd and 64th. In terms of next steps for this project, there is still a need to do an urban renewal area. Part of that is negotiating with some of the taxing entities. That is underway currently. That will be necessary to fund the infrastructure improvements that are needed on site. In terms of administrative processes with the city, the development does need to develop design standards, so specific requirements for things like architecture, accessory structures, fencing, signage, landscaping, all that kind of stuff. That will be the next phase of the project. And then there is no phasing plan at this time for the project, but it's likely that some of that infrastructure work would start in 2017. In terms of outside agency review, as is standard, the city sent it to a variety of outside agencies and internal organizations, and there were no comments or no concerns received from any of those referral agencies. In terms of public comment, Staff has received 2 inquiries. The first one was a conversation related to more information for the project. The second is also reflected in the letter that was placed at the dais this evening for you. There were some concerns related to street connectivity with the surrounding neighborhoods and potential impacts in those areas. Won't go through each one of these individually, but the Planning Commission did determine that the request meets the approval criteria for a PUD, that it's consistent with the comp plan, it's consistent with the feasibility study, so on and so forth. With that, Planning Commission heard this case on December 6, 2016. They voted 5-0 to recommend approval for case V-86-17 and Z-941-17 to the City Council for your hearing this evening. And that would conclude the presentations this evening. However, any and all of us are available for any questions that you might have.
Does the council have any questions for staff at this time? Mr. Douglas.
None for staff. Well, I guess I do on this one here. When it comes to approval on this, as far as the traffic study and all that, an indication of traffic lights. Now, this is 64 is going to cut all the way through, our parkway is. It didn't indicate where the signal lights are going to go in the future if they're needed. The existing traffic study did, I'm sorry, which intersection? Well, it said on here that if needed, as far as lights being improved in those intersections, but it didn't indicate where those future ones would be if it's needed to upgrade or I add. see. The recommendation related to the potential equipment upgrades. So the existing lights that surround the property currently, it's just, my understanding is there's just old technology and there's newer computers that can provide more efficiency for that. And so as development occurs and as the subsequent traffic impact studies come online, there may be a need at some point in the future to upgrade that infrastructure, I guess, for lack of a better term.
No, okay, I understand that. The other thing is, I appreciate Rick giving us a presentation and all that, and what you like to see first built. And I know we're still going to discuss as far as those timelines. And it would be nice if for sale by owner went in and the same as the rental property. I'd like to also, if we can get an update on the pro forma, because some of these things have changed, just to make sure things are stayed in line. I know this approval that has nothing to do with that, but I'm just going to request some more information on that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the product to be built, I want to clarify. I believe the first multifamily project that will be built will be a 3-story project with surface parking. I think that's the building form and density that the market will support right now. I do think that probably literally the first building to be built on this site will be a single-family home.
Okay.
I believe that I'm working with a developer who wants to do both right now, working on an LOI, and their preference would be to start with the single-family homes along the northern edge of the site and start building out those blocks along 64th. First, they can get to that product faster than they can get to a multifamily project, just really more because of it takes longer to get the multifamily projects financed. And so I expect that will lag a little bit in terms of timing, and it takes a little less time to get through design and financing for single-family product. So
Okay.
I would say, I'd have to guess right now, the first building will be a single-family home.
All right.
But that the first multifamily project will be a 3-story project.
Okay.
In terms of the pro forma, going through it now, taking the information that's been generated by the engineering team and the densities generated by the planning group, generally the pro forma is held together pretty much the same as what it was when we first went through it a year or more ago. The things that have changed are primarily the regional stormwater facility got so much bigger. It more than doubled in size and consumed essentially what was about a block of developable land, which isn't a good thing for any pro forma, because stormwater doesn't pay taxes. So that hurts some. I don't think it's irreparable, but it is. It wasn't a good thing, but it is recoverable in terms of the pro forma. The overall project costs, I would say, are still in the same range as what we looked at before, and we'll be getting into more detailed estimating on that as we get through this engineering process. But still in the range of $10 to $12 million of basic infrastructure for roads, water, sewer, stormwater, traffic signals, all that sort of stuff. So that portion of it is about the same. The pricing, the other side of the pro forma is always the density and the product pricing. I would call it stable at this point. Single-family homes is still a very active market. Affordable rental is the most active rental market in the Denver area right now. In fact, it's probably the most competitive multifamily projects are affordable right now. The higher-end market rate projects downtown have hit financing concerns because of I don't want to say overbuilding. I would say the amount of product that's come on downtown meeting some fairly high price points was a big surge over the last 2-3 years, and that market, the financial institutions have backed away from it right now and aren't financing those types of new projects right now. But what is getting financed is affordable multifamily projects, and in particular projects in the first ring suburbs are still getting funding right now, and it's because of the lower price point. Denver has become a very expensive rental market, and in particular it swings very heavy towards downtown Denver as being very high rent, which says people who are looking for a more affordable project, a more affordable place to live, but still a new product, are looking in areas like Commerce City for that type of an opportunity. Is that enough background on the pro forma?
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Rick. Mr. Amador.
Oh, Rick, I got a couple questions for you.
Hang out up here for just a little bit.
No problem.
I guess first and foremost, when I look at the Planning Commission analysis and we look at the phasing plan is rational, and then the next column says there is no phasing plan, and then criteria met, not applicable. Could you speak a little bit to, I'm going to call it the timing of when we're thinking some of these phases are built out? So we've heard that, the single family will probably happen first, and then multifamily, those types of things.
Right.
What I'm poking at is that we saw what happened with Cronky and Victory Crossings, and some scheduling challenges, and nothing ever happened. And there were some general comments saying that it was a function of the economy and whatnot. So if you could speak a little bit to the schedule,
sure.
To where you're going in terms of months or quarters, or in the year of 2017, 2018, just to give the general public an idea of a time frame.
Yeah, be glad to. So we're here today at the end of 2016, and we're hoping to get the zoning approved. The next step in my process in working with you is to get through the urban renewal plan. That drafting is taking place right now. I would expect that we should be in a position where we should be able to have a plan put together and, subject to agreement from the county and the schools, be able to present that plan to you sometime towards the end of the first quarter of next year. So let's call it February, March of 2017, so next quarter. And I do think it will take some time to work through that. I would venture to guess that the gating timeline on that is probably working through the schools issue and getting an IGA done with the school district for this project. At the same time, we'll be doing, I'll be looking at the financing. This project isn't financeable. The urban renewal is critical. I mean, everybody knows that. We have to have the urban renewal financing or this project doesn't hunt. In order for me to get financing, I've got to get that approval and have it so it's clear and ready to go, and that allows me to get out into the financial markets and get my financing for infrastructure. We'll be working through with the engineers a phasing program to understand what gets built first, when. All of that infrastructure can't be built all at once. It'd be way too expensive and it'd be overbuilding. So we do want to build it incrementally. But you have to do that intelligently. You have to make sure that everything functions even on a phased basis. So we'll be doing some planning on that. That'll take place at the same time during the first quarter. You know, I would expect that we'll be working through the engineering financing portions of the project through the middle part of 2017, and my objective would be to have infrastructure begin to be constructed in, I call it the end of third quarter, beginning of fourth quarter of 2017. So let's call it fall of 2017 is realistic. And in talking to the developers, I do strongly believe that the single-family home portion of the project is going to go first. And so we'll take that into account in the phasing of the infrastructure. And, you know, assuming we can start to get infrastructure built at the end of 2017, you could see single-family home builders, they can follow pretty fast because it's fairly simple infrastructure for single-family homes. And so you could probably see them start right after the start of 2018. So that's my best guess. The rest of the project, I believe, will follow in phases. Single-family, I think we'll get a multifamily project under contract at the same time as you do single-family, but as I said, I think that'll take a little bit longer to get financed and put together. Retail and the hotel and the commercial district is really going to be opportunistic, is what I would call it. The market reacts better on retail when they see a little bit of the vision coming to life, i.e. when we start to build some roads, when we start to build some single-family homes, they'll take it seriously. And so I think that's more likely the retail will follow some of the initial phases of the residential building. So call that late 2018, 2019 maybe. And then the institutional educational piece, again, I think we have to be opportunistic. We're going to start working on something now, but those deals tend to take some time to put together and get financed. And you could start that project literally at the same time. If you had somebody who's ready to go, you could start at the same time as you do the single-family homes. You could start that project sometime in 2018 if you have it all put together and ready to go. But we do have to be opportunistic, look for the right partners, look for the right financing. And typically that kind of financing comes from states and governments and grants and things like that, so it typically takes a little longer to put together, would be my guess. So I'm guessing that's past 2018 into the 2019-20s. And then the rest of the project, you know, I do think that my hope is that we can get the project to become more dense as we move along. And so my hope is that as developers see the single-family homes, they see the infrastructure starting to take place, they see the park starting to get built, they see perhaps the education component getting built, then they get excited about building more density, and I think you'll see the rest of the project follow in kind of absorption phases. For example, it takes typically about 12 months to 18 months to build a multifamily project, and then it takes 6 months to get solid lease up. So you're looking at time frames where the kinds of multifamily projects that might get built would overlap on a 1 every 2 years kind of a basis after that. And then the townhomes, I would love to get some stacked flats, some for sale townhome projects in here. You all know what the issues are associated with stick-built for sale product, and some of those need to get resolved first before we can get a builder in here to do that. And I can't give you exactly a time frame on that. I think the whole project takes, you know, if we didn't hit another real estate cycle, and that's a big if, I'd say it would take 7 years to build out if we hit a real estate cycle, and I think we will. I think that's rational and reasonable to assume that we will. It could take 10 years. So that's my best guess.
Very good. And understanding where we are today in the process, and we're being asked for a rezone of, that's really the ask that we're looking for. Have a little bit of concern about the on-site retention in the form of a pond as opposed to underground. And so have there been options and explorations to put this underground and potentially use the detention areas for a park where it would be underground. The detention would be and retention would be underground.
We could certainly look at that. I will tell you that I do not believe the land values out here will justify the expense of doing underground storage. I don't think the land value that we can get on selling the land to developers is high enough that it will justify their ability to finance, or the project's ability through TIF to finance underground storage, because it's big. I mean, this is a really big site, and even while we've broken out the retail and training quadrant into having to maintain their own stormwater, the stormwater facility didn't help. How big is it? Middle one, 2.5 acres. So it's fairly significant volume of water because it's a very large site, and I think it would be prohibitively expensive to go underground.
And I mean, my concern is that we have an elementary school directly adjacent catty corner to the detention pond, and it would be open, and in events this would fill up, and clearly this would be marked with signage. But I'm just thinking in my mind some mitigation measures to try to mitigate a student from walking across the street and walking home and having those concerns.
Yeah, no, there will be appropriate fencing signage to make it safe. And the one thing that is easier for you to solve than other things is the current plan is that the city, in fact, because it is the pond on the northwest corner next to Central Elementary, northeast corner next to Central Elementary, is a regional stormwater facility, and currently the plan is that the city invests in that infrastructure upgrade. And so, to the extent you want to, you can do it. You could not go underground with that. You can't afford it. You just can't. So you really, what you're doing with it is really amenitizing the edges, making sure that people don't have a reason to go down there because they have somewhere else to go that's comfortable and safe around the edges, and then signing it, fencing it, landscaping it so it's not attractive to get down into the bottom of it and present a danger. So there's some really good examples of how these things get designed and used so that they are safe, and that's certainly, we have to keep that in mind for sure.
Very good. And then, Paul, could we move to slide 22, where we talk about the parking requirements? And we looked at a proposal of 1.25 parking ratio. Brighton has encouraged shared parking, Castle Rock, Erie, Lakewood, and Parker. But as I look around and see what's going on with the gentrification of North Denver and a lot of these high-density projects that are going on and the parking ratios that are there, there has become a significant parking challenge. And I'm going to point to Belmar at this point because my niece lives in Belmar. And I was part of writing the design guidelines way back in the day for that. And as she rents her single bedroom unit, and she shares it with her boyfriend, they have 2 cars. And in the 2-car situation, there's never a place to park, either for her boyfriend or herself, just because of the simple fact that the parking ratios, in my opinion, are too low. I know this throws a big wrench in the overall development plan and how many units you get in there, but my concern is that there's no place for overflow parking in the adjacent areas unless you're planning on potentially parking in the adjacent neighborhoods, and that would be a big concern of mine. I guess 1.25% seems a little low to me. However, this is being spun to us as this is a great thing, and I'm not real sure that a lower parking density would be, or parking ratio would be a good thing. And so have we explored what 1.5 would look like in this plan?
Yes, the answer is yes. We've looked at a variety of parking ratios. RNL, Jordan Block here, with RNL and the city staff. Worked back and forth extensively on this. It was probably one of the more difficult and challenging parts of the project to come to an agreement on. The developers for projects, as you described in Belmar, talked to a lot of them. Their preference for a parking ratio, their target is 1 to 1 parking space per unit on the average. And 1.5 is, the way I would look at 1.5 is the way you get to 1.5 is really using what will be a very significant on-street parking number of on-street parking spaces that aren't in the neighborhood now. So just the thing to recall is looking at that street network. We're building some very long, 2-block long, 3-block long streets throughout this project area. All of those streets will be parking on both sides. And so we're building in literally hundreds of additional parking spaces that don't exist in this area right now and aren't accounted for in that 1.25 ratio by building a very large base of on-street parking. And a lot of municipalities do look at on-street parking as counting. We have not here. And we think that that on-street parking does get you to a ratio that's at least 1.5 and is a very comfortable ratio for the project. The trade-off, as you say, is parking takes spaces. I will tell you that this project will likely never support structured parking. Belmar has structured parking. They've built it for the retail, and it works okay for them. You're not going to get structured parking if the land doesn't justify, the price of the land doesn't justify the building of structured parking out here. So any space you add takes away space for development. So the trade-off is more parking spaces, less units, less financing capacity for the project, and that's where you start to have to make the trade-offs. And it is a trade-off. I don't disagree that for Commerce City to look at this ratio is new and presents some different challenges. I will say it is very much in line, and in fact, I'd say it's probably slightly higher than what the other suburbs are allowing right now for this type of project.
And if I could, I'd just like to clarify from the staff perspective that the 1.25 is the number of parking spaces per unit, not necessarily a percentage. So 1.25 per dwelling unit. And this is for the multifamily component. The single-family component is still 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. And then additionally, all of the proposed street sections have at least some on-street parking on them. It's my recollection that the calculation was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 400 additional parking spaces on street, which is not calculated in the 1.25 as well. So yes, we have that same concern. It was something that staff and region probably had some of our most conversations centered around the parking requirement. So from a staff perspective, I'd like to provide that clarification.
Very good, thank you, Paul. So I'm going to rest my hat on that staff has vetted this out to the best degree possible for the parking ratio. That being said, I did hear that we are looking to strike some kind of IGA, intergovernmental agreement, with the school district. And as I recall, we just had the conversation our last city council meeting about the drop-off zones for the school district in the parking lot and what that looks like. And there are, I'm going to call them extremely limited parking spots for the school district. So I'm looking to staff during that conversation to explore options for the school district, because there will be an impact to the school district from more children attending the schools. I'll leave that there. But at least, have the conversation, and it's not one of these last-minute deals where we were presented at one time some options about the school district. So I'd like to see that those conversations happen before we get to the 11th hour, So I'm hopeful, and I'll just leave that one there. Also, in my other concern in the parking ratio there is that we're somewhat, you alluded to bus stations and things of that nature, but we are somewhat bound by RTD, and so we're not in control of those kinds of stations and when they happen and the timing and the frequency. So I'm also looking for at least staff on this piece with the transportation, that we also are collaborative with RTD and what that looks like in the overall capacity for moving people around. So those are my comments.
Mr. McEldowney.
Thank you. A number of the questions I had were touched on by Mr. Evans and Mr. Amador, but I did want to follow up on the parking question. Obviously, we've seen examples in Denver very recently in parts of town that I used to live in where new high-density units are showing up in parts of town with zero additional parking, and that's taking already stressed on-street parking and, you know, creating great contention with the community. So I think it's important to hear, and I guess I'm just trying to kind of do the math in my head, that 1.25 per unit on the multifamily with the addition of those on-street spots does seem like a viable balance, because when you compare a lot of the, you know, what I'll call the sort of central Denver, you know, Park Hill, Cap Hill, City Park West, those areas, many of those are unused garages or alleyways. They're not effectively parked, so almost all parking for those folks are taking place on the street. So being able to balance those, at least as I'm trying to visualize this, between designated parking units for those spaces plus the additional on-street, which is going to serve residential and the mixed-use components, would be my guess. That seems like a more viable mix. Plus, when you're dealing with a mixed-use component, the business demand for those spots is going to be business hours. The residential users are going to be there typically in opposing hours with, you know, restaurant users, which would sort of compete. But I think the balance is there. And again, we're stepping into new ground. I think I've heard comments that at least tell me that there's been a lot of consideration for this. We've looked at what the neighboring communities are doing, and it's certainly not like we're the first to try and look at this. I do think Mr. Amador touched on some important points. You know, there is this balancing act of the sort of theoretical textbook sort of new urbanism versus the reality of we live in a country where people are not, it's not Europe, right? We don't have people who are cultured to think about parking and walking and, or I should say parking cars and leaving them and using other forms of transportation to the degree that we see elsewhere. So the realities of what will work in practice versus on paper. So this seems like a good balance. And again, I think for the purposes of our discussion tonight and approving this sort of zoning plan, I think the mix of uses makes sense. Understand that the you know, the ultimate look and feel of this is something that you can't guarantee, but it does make sense that you know, building from the edges in will allow for some speed, and obviously getting traction is going to help create interest for those other users on the south side and the commercial zone district. So you know, I think my biggest frustration, and I know it's yours, is time, right, and the ability to see this move forward. So thank you for the consideration. It's good to hear the ongoing positive dialogue with staff, and we'll thank you for your comments tonight.
Councilman McEldowney, your comments sparked another conversation that was had, which is a lot of the overflow or spillover parking would also be theoretically captured in the institutional and commercial areas of the site that have the sort of alternate, you know, intense hours of uses. So again, looking at it holistically as a site in redevelopment was part of the parking analysis as well.
And I didn't talk about that, but it ran through my head too. I didn't, I mean, if you think about a number, you know, think about Cherry Creek or other, you know, any number of areas where those spots, yeah, certainly could be used off hours, or if there were, you know, festival or otherwise, you've got the ability to use those spots. But for the for the primary sort of residential / mixed use areas, I mean, you're probably not going to park in the institutional area and walk to a home multiple blocks away, although that's not uncommon in other urban areas. So thanks
and
for
the
that.
use of shared park, you brought it up, and it's exactly right. Shared parking within a development. So if you do have some ground floor retail, and you do have a business up above, really working with people to make sure that we do keep the parking ratios appropriate, but that people are in fact taking advantage of the ability to share spaces. You know, I mean, the big risk, quite frankly, is once you build these spaces, they tend not to go away. They tend not to get rebuilt as something else. And if you believe, as I do, that I think the trend is more towards less cars, more walkability, more use of public transportation, I would hate to see us overbuild parking at this point.
No, and I agree. I think the last point I want to touch on, I know Mr. Amador started to touch on this as well with RTD, and we can't force their hand, but part of what's on the table tonight is this vacation of that portion of the west property. That to me would be the most likely spot along Highway 2 to have some sort of bus activity. So as we think about this, making sure that we're protecting and considering how that can be used in that regard. I think the other thing that I would ask in terms of, if we're really going to try and be aggressive about this urban footprint, look at the things that make sense and do we have a sense of who we're going to draw in terms of buyer, and is there a need to or an opportunity to find places to locate car share, B-cycle type options, so that we've got the ability for folks who give them an opportunity to not think about or to make a decision not to have two cars, right? There is one car for the household. There is a car share option, so that when that other user needs to take a car trip, pick somebody up at the airport, whatever, they're able to use that. I think the other thing that changes the formula are things like Uber and other Lyft, et cetera, that are changing the way people think about transportation. And so long as these people can get to and from work, and I think that's again where the RTD connections, both to the east, to the lines in Stapleton and at Central Park Boulevard and out to our future station, being able to connect people to those two locations to me is going to be critical in helping to really drive a less parking intense, less car intense environment that can spread wider into the community. So thank you.
Councilwoman Carson.
Thank you, Rick, for the presentation. And between Andrew and Jason, they've probably touched on just about everything I wanted to talk about. But parking is a concern, and especially when you set up here and we've had the amount of residents come in front of us with problems with parking, whether it's the Mayor's Cul-de-sac, it's actually causing some really infighting within neighborhoods when we don't have enough parking. I don't know what we will see over there. I know what we see in homes now is we see children growing up and not moving out. And so what we're really seeing is an increase in vehicles. I know on my block, when I count the houses of the amount of children who have grown up and moved out, it's quite small compared to the amount of children who have grown up. They're still there. Now they even have a mate with them. Some of the houses on our block, and I'm being very serious, have 10, 12 cars in these houses, because you have these children who are of driving age and they all have a car. Everybody has a vehicle. So it's not too much of a problem where I'm at because our houses are spaced out. The mayor actually lives in the cul-de-sac, that there is no, in front of the house parking, there was the shared parking in the center. Well, he's seeing the same thing in his cul-de-sac, that these families, the amount of vehicles they're owning is increasing. So I don't know what we get here. I do want to try to drive us and push us towards that walkability. But you have to plan a community then for the walkability. When we plan these communities, and as Andrew was speaking of the schools and stuff, are we really looking at the walkability with students and what paths they have and the safety factor that they can walk to school, that we're not even looking at busing students. And I think we're looking at bringing in a lot of students when I look at this. And then senior housing. I would say that seniors, I'm not sure what type, because you're talking active senior housing. So I'm assuming that they're going to have a minimum of 1 car per household. And what their walkability is, I'm not sure. So, I mean, like I said, as a counselor, we've had a fair amount of citizens come in front of us complaining about parking. One of our developments was shared driveways. I guess we all thought it sounded like a good idea when it happened, but when it really comes to fruition, it doesn't work. So then, and the on-street parking, is that just straight in curb parking, or would it be diagonal? Because it seems to me you can get a lot more cars, but you have to have a wider street, right, if you do?
Right. Yeah, our plan is to do parallel parking throughout the area. We actually had toyed with doing some diagonal on perhaps, I think, Parkway, as the potential of having some diagonal, because you can stack more cars in here. I mean, the street out here is a good example of it. You can get a lot more cars on that street. It does require a wider street section, which is, again, a trade-off with developable property and the financing that comes with it. And I understand your concern. This isn't going to be a place where somebody with 10 cars is going to want to live. I mean, just to be direct about it, you're going to get people. It is going to be different than what you have in the more typical Commerce City suburban neighborhoods, and I think those neighborhoods do tend to promote more cars rather than less. And this is very directional on our part. I mean, we are truly promoting less driving, less cars, more walking in this. And the reason is, quite frankly, because that's what the people who are moving up the chain in the renting and housing markets are looking for. I mean, that is where the market is going, is less parking, more walkability. So I understand your concern. I appreciate that it's a very real concern for some of your neighborhoods, but I do think you can't look at this project through that same filter, because we really are looking for a different format, a different way of living when people move here, as opposed to a more suburban environment.
No, and I fully understand that, and I hope that that's exactly what we attract, and that it doesn't become a problem. And you're the expert in that. I mean, you're the one looking at what is feasible down there and what we're looking at. I just have concerns with it. And then the water retention, is there any way to turn that into some kind of recreational use? That, and the mayor can help me out, I think it's the sand pit or something up there in Brighton that they... Yeah,
absolutely. No, there is. In particular, the park that we're proposing for our on-site storage should be very usable. It should be I think the maximum depth. What do you have at 3 feet? So 3 or 4 feet grade change from grade down to the bottom of that, which is not severe at all. So you can put an edge around it so that it can do its retention function. But you can also put a nice flat bottom on it. I've seen sand volleyball courts done really well in those environments. I've seen just open play areas where you can put a field, soccer field, something like that there. That does occasionally get inundated, but is not routinely wet. So, and that's the balance, right? It does occasionally, you'll have to call off a soccer game if there's a gigantic storm, right? Okay, we can live with that. But 99% of the time it's dry and it's usable and people are using it for recreation. So that is certainly the intent of the design. The regional stormwater facility, as it sits there currently, and you saw from the picture there was some reeds and some grass and some trash, but the bottom portion of that is going to be wet enough that it's not usable. And it's really the far north end, the bottom of the section is going to be something that you just can't recover in terms of usability. The south end and the western portion, where we want to try and integrate that into the rest of our open space, it's exactly the intent as what you said. We really do want to make that more shallow. So the design is it comes from the north to the south, it comes upgrade, so it's getting shallower as it gets closer to the Boys and Girls Club and then to the west, so that you can use those areas on the south and on the west end as usable open space that is occasionally underwater.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bullock.
I guess that if you're the last one to speak, everybody has said what you wanted to say, because every comment I wanted to say has been brought up by now. But I was just going to inquire on the flexibility of the site as far as parking and everything goes, because as with your application, your presentation from the applicant's presentation on 15 and 16, when you look at the scope of it, and it's just like you said, this will never be, it look exactly like you put it here. This is just a concept that we get to see. But even if it was close to it, it would definitely need more flexibility for parking. I see the 1.25, and I've heard Paul and everything, but is there flexibility that moves it from 1.25 to 1.5 where you would have that flexibility depending, because you really don't see, as much as everybody speaks about it, and I know it's concept, and I know I'm not looking at what's going to happen, you don't see that on-street parking. Yeah, and we're supposed to use our imaginations, and the term walkable and everything is put out there, but everything moves in cycles. And what is happening with walkable now might not be in 5 years, and we're planning forward with our mass transit and everything, but somebody used to say if you build it, they will use it, and that's not the case. And I mean, so I just want to know, have you built the flexibility into it?
Yeah, and I think the important point there is the 1.25 is just applies to the multifamily. So the parking for the other products is very close, if not identical, to what the current ratios are for Commerce City. The single-family homes have two spaces, required 2 spaces per unit, just like you have now. The retail, the training, all have parking ratios that are what the market demands and what is reflected in your code. So you're really talking about the multifamily areas, and the 1.25 is the minimum. So, I mean, the caution is if you set that minimum too high right now, then you, I think, lose some flexibility. If you set that 1.25 as the minimum at a reasonable point where you're comfortable that it's workable and the staff is comfortable that it's workable, again, if you talk to and I did talk to multifamily developers. I asked 2 or 3 or 4 of them that we're talking with about this project. I said, "What's your preferable minimum?" And they all said 1. To a man, they all said one per unit is their preferred minimum. So you are 25% higher than that already, and that is the minimum. That doesn't say if somebody comes in and says, "I'm going to build a project that's got all 3 bedroom units." That market would say you really need a parking ratio of 1.5 or 2. So the market will, to some extent, create that flexibility and say, I need more. But what you're doing here, and this is the caution, you are setting the minimum. And so if you set that minimum too high, as I said, you'll never get that back. As you'll build that parking space and it will be there forever. And I could point out project after project downtown and in the suburbs of Denver that we looked at a project in Thornton that is just so ridiculously overparked, and it was built back in the 90s when the parking ratios everybody was looking at was too high. The parking lots around there are 1/3 full and 2/3 empty, and it's just a crime of the wasted space that's been put out there, and you don't want that. I mean, you can't. Since you are looking to the future, I would suggest that it's more likely that less parking will be appropriate rather than more I'd encourage you to look at that as just the minimum, not what could get built depending upon what the market says. So I think there is flexibility. And that street parking, I'm not sure. I mean, there is a lot of streets in here. I mean, just looking at the plan, you've got 2, 3, 4 full-length north to south streets. You've got 2 full-length east to west streets. I mean, they're in pieces, but they're all there. And so you have literally hundreds and hundreds of additional street parking spaces that are not available anywhere in this neighborhood right now.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, Rick, since we're talking about the parking, when we go to the 3, 4, 5 level, that's where you're going to have impact in parking. And I understand where JD's going because there's neighborhood built up north in Turnberry, and then the school was built, not anticipating the amount of traffic that was going to come off for the school. And now it's becoming a problem because, and not just Turnberry, over Frontier, Second Creek, we've asked residents to park on the opposite side of the street because it creates a problem for visual when kids are walking around. So parking has been a problem in our neighborhoods, and you would think as we're going forward, yes, people are going to use less cars, but the feasibility of phasing in to this project of public transportation, I think our representative for this area is Paul Solano. And to get RTD on board as far as making sure there are going to be routes and destinations for this project is huge, because that's where you're going to get the pickup to take care of the parking, and people have making sure they have adequate transportation at a wide range of hours. And then as far as the mixed use, I've seen we took a trip to Pittsburgh on our fall meeting, and I went over to a couple of the areas that were blighted in Nabisco, old Nabisco plants. And they built some office space with residential. They had skywalks going across the street and all that. And when it came to parking, of course, they had really good bus route. I mean, I've never seen so many buses in a city as Pittsburgh, even out to the outlying portion of the suburbs. But just by saying that, I think if it comes to construction and mixed use, that the parking is on the inside. Somebody's using place that parking in they were smaller parking spaces because now the cars are not as big as they used to be, so they're smaller. So mainly for you want to encourage smaller cars, smaller parking spots. So encourage people when they move in what type of vehicle would fit for these parking spots. I'm not sure if we have a minimum as far as the width of parking. But that needs to be considered as well. And then it comes off-street parking. And then by residential, we're not going to have, you're not suggesting anything like metered parking around the retail, correct? No. Okay. And then when it comes to drainage on this open space side on the north east side, what we've seen in some drawings are rendered and all that. We had a contest with a couple colleges, making that more of a park art area so it looks attractable would help, not just some drought tolerant plants and all that, but really dress that area up so discourage people from walking that area. But I can see some of that also in use as because there's so close to the corner there. If there could be some added parking or something like for off-site, and in case the school across the street had functions, they could use some of that area over there for parking as well. So we keep that in mind too, because we're going to impact the schools. So we got to make sure when things happen, when there's activities or so, this site could also act as some off-site parking for the school too.
Mr. Amador.
Just one more comment, and I'm not sure. I know there's going to be a piece for public comment, but is Bernard Herscher available? If he's in the crowd, I'll hold my comments. If not, I'll just address a letter that is kind of sitting in front of me. So I don't see him in the comments. So I guess, or in the crowd, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a letter with concerns of Glencoe Street and how, can we pull up a map just to see exactly what this letter is talking about from increased traffic up through Glencoe and 64th? Which one's Glencoe? There
Glencoe
it
is
is.
where Parkway, as it goes through the site, connects and lines up with Glencoe on the north edge.
It kind of bends.
Maybe if we just pull up the master plan. Okay, I think this is a good one right here, actually. The alignment of the I'm going to call it the north-south aligns with Glencoe Street, correct? In the new development as we have here.
Yes.
Maybe if we
Correct.
pull up the new plan that we're going for this zone piece. Keep going, a couple more. That one right there. So Glencoe is the one that actually goes right through the middle of the site. I'm taking it.
Right. Yes, Parkway starts on that diagonal, goes up, straightens out, and then aligns with Glencoe on across 64.
Yes. Okay. So I do see a resident concern in the form of a letter.
Yes.
They're not here, and I also see some other commentary here, which I'm a little confused about. A shorter walking distance to Safeway, and I don't know that we have a Safeway here.
I think that he made a mistake on which store he was going to. He was talking about King Soopers.
Oh, very good. So the Safeway should be King Soopers. Understand. So I just want to address the letter in front of me that, and I think all of the council members got the letter for an address individually, that there is the concern that people are cutting across that Glencoe to take a shortcut to avoid the light that's at 64th and Highway 2. I do see in the letter that there are some speed bumps. I guess my question is, and maybe Public Works evaluated this through the process, will there be a light at Glencoe and 64th? Or is it just going to be a straight through, right in, right out, no light?
There is not planned to be a new light at 64th and Glencoe Parkway. I don't know what the city will want to name that street, but so it would be. Was it a four-way stop? From south and it's through on so stop condition going north, stop condition coming south, and then no stop going east-west on 64th.
So it will be full movement controlled with stop sign basically in the north-south.
Yeah, and we talked, I believe, to the gentleman who wrote the letter at the community meeting, and if it's the same gentleman, I think it is. He has a legitimate concern, and I understand his concern, especially being a neighbor right across the street from something that's this large and is this new and is going to have this many new residents. The traffic study, I think, is right, though, in that while you do have some cut-through traffic there now, it shouldn't increase significantly as a result of this project. The easiest way to get northbound on Highway 2, Highway 6, or 85 is to go to the northwest corner of the site at the light at 64th. I mean, the traffic studies, and that is where we're planning on extending the turn lane to accommodate more stacking, more queue capacity in that area because of the project, because the project will generate more trips. And the traffic studies, and I think they're right. You really, I know from me driving in the area, you want to get, if you're going south, you want to get to that light, do the loop and head south on Highway 6 and 85 to get to the intersection at 60th and Vasquez, because it's the faster way to get through that intersection as opposed to this Parkway. If you went down Parkway, the Parkway leg is the slowest leg to get through that intersection. So I think that is where people will go to go south, and going north, it's a free turn. You go and you turn north, so it's not that big of a deal. I understand his concern. I think, there already are traffic bumps on the street. I know municipalities hate traffic bumps, but there's more or less obtrusive traffic bumps that you can use if you wanted to put more impediment to people going through there. Certainly that's an option.
So just for the record, I am hearing the community concern and what that looks like. And generally speaking, I know that people try to take the path of least resistance whenever possible. I believe that with our traffic enforcement and what that looks like, we have the ability to be able to manage maybe speeders on that, and even though we do have some speed bumps in there, and what that looks like, So I'm hearing the concern, but I also have to acknowledge the impact to the overall development. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Councilwoman Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relative to that area that you're talking of on 64th that verges into Highway 85, that's a really abrupt turn right by the Conoco station. In fact, this morning I was just driving there. Because of the snow, it limits the visibility that there's actually one lane heading west to turn right, because I was actually going south, turning left, and it's very confusing because there was a car coming right at me, and I stopped, and that's just one car. That's just a few cars. I can only imagine with the increase of traffic having that minimal, turn in, turn out. When you're trying to access it, you can access it two different ways coming from north and south, and there's only one lane that allows you to get out to the south. The left lane is to either turn left or go straight on the ramp to get onto Highway 85. So is that in the plan as well? I mean, is it to increase the lane from two lanes to maybe 3 lanes or 4 lanes? Okay.
Come up to the mic.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you.
Good evening. Megan Turner with Kimling Horn.
Thank you.
That is an intersection that we have evaluated with the traffic analysis.
Right.
We did not show warrant for additional lanes in that area, and any mitigation efforts would be completed with the extension of the turn lane.
Okay. That concerns me a little bit just because of the dynamics of the easiest way to get out, because you have 3 options. Whereas if we're looking at that other, what are we looking at? Parkway is another option. You really can only go left or right, but this one gives you the option to go over on the flyover to get onto Highway 85. I mean, this morning it wasn't a lot of traffic, but there were 2 cars that were both kind of confused, and I can only imagine with the increase of traffic that could be kind of an unsafe area.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we have been speaking with Public Works on in general is to evaluate any on-site mitigation measures that might be necessary as development moves forward and progresses through the PUD permit process, whether that be additional more clarification of signage and how best to make the travel paths to where you're trying to go, whether it's northbound, southbound, east, west, or other, that can help inform both the users and visitors of the development. So both signage and directional travel, we will evaluate from a mitigation standpoint on site.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, Rick had a question too. On the outside of 64th and 62nd, when people travel up 60th, where the park is, they park on the side of the road. Now, is there going to be parking? Because we had the fence on the outside that's going to be taken down and everything. Is there going to be parking allowed on the outside perimeter of this?
I do not believe we are adding parking on any of the perimeter streets.
Okay, so it's just going to be through traffic, no?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Rick. I've been patient, allowing the council to give their concerns, and actually I'm happy that all of them have spoke about many concerns related to the development. I think we're all excited to see new products, new opportunities for Commerce City, new business opportunities that we haven't seen before. And, growing up in this community, I was able to see I lived really close. I grew up really close to the dog track. I remember seeing 10,000 people every day file into the dog track and leave the dog track when it was over. And I know what kind of traffic issues we dealt with on Parkway to 60th Avenue. I know that parking has been discussed quite a bit tonight, and I'm really not trying to have you walk away from this as being discouraged by what the council has to say. I think that we are just trying to make sure that we get the point across of some concerns we've seen and passed of how parking issues have been problematic. And I would just point out, listening to the conversation, my daughter and her boyfriend are renting an apartment at 120th in York. There must be, I don't know, 30 units there, or 30 buildings there. It's quite a large apartment facility. And I was amazed that if we go to try to stop and see her, there's not a parking spot available. I mean, literally, you park 3 blocks away to walk to her unit to visit. That's a concern. We want to make sure we do it right. We want to make sure that it's user-friendly. I guess my biggest fear is having not enough parking and having people park in the surrounding neighborhoods. That's a huge issue to me. So one of my questions is going to be how we plan on managing these units to house the appropriate amount of people, because we've got, I just will point out, there's some one bedroom, and they're small. I would say 500 to 700 square foot rental units along Highway 2. And I've literally, and I know Mr. Teeter has as well, seen as many as 10 adults living in a one bedroom, 500 to 700 square foot unit. And if that's not controlled, then you're going to have that many cars associated. And part of what I'm seeing in our area, in my own home, is that your older children move back home because right now the cost of housing and everything else is high, and you have multiple cars. We have, like you said, 2 spaces to a single-family detached unit. I could tell you, in my own home, we have 6 vehicles. And I see that not just in my house. I see that up and down the street. My next-door neighbor has 10, just like Ms. Carson was saying. And if there are multiple families allowed to live in units that aren't big enough for multiple families, that we've seen that happen, we have a parking problem, and that's why I think I'm hearing of the parking concerns that I'm hearing of. So if there's no management equality to the rents on the for rent type products, and you have more people living in them than there is space, then we generate more cars, and so I think that's a valid concern. So traffic, and Mr. Amador brought up this gentleman's letter, and what I understand from the letter is he absolutely doesn't want Parkway to be aligned with Glencoe. If it came in mid-block and not directly in line with Glencoe, would be better for him as a person in the neighborhood. And I understand why, because people like to cut through and take the least, the least resistance of a action. We know that I-70 is getting redeveloped and rebuilt, and when that construction goes on, it's supposed to last 7 years. We know 56th Avenue, 60th Avenue, 72nd Avenue, 64th Avenue may be those alternatives for people to try to avoid that construction. So some of those things are out of our control, but we as a community need to try to be as conscientious of our residents' needs as we can be. We talk about this being an urban area, an urban center, and I think that's great. The downside to what I'm seeing from the urban perspective, I get it, I like it, I think it'll be a great addition to Commerce City, but it's completely surrounded by suburban neighborhoods. And so, it's one of the things we talked about when we started developing up north. A lot of the planning was designed to back the buildings to the roads to make it more of a walkable environment. Well, when you have to travel 7 or 10 miles every day to go to your work, when you have to drive your kids to school because the schools are far enough away, you're used to driving, not taking a bus, not those kind of things. So I think the transportation alternatives are a huge piece to this. I'm confident with our planning staff that they're looking into all of these things, but it's that unknown, I think, because this is our first attempt of having high quality, higher density, and I understand we need the higher density to get the services that we want to provide to all of our residents, like restaurants and those type of services. So it's a huge concern, and I've heard it all night long by the city council, and I want to make sure that staff, planning staff, and yourself realize that through this process, the council is going to be paying very close attention to how it's managed and to making sure that we aren't building something that is going to negatively affect the surrounding suburban areas. And I have to get that across. So keep that in mind. But thank you for your presentation. I have one more. Councilwoman Carson, I'll let you have the follow-up question there.
I just needed a refresher if somebody could help me out, because there's been a couple referrals to that would be pushing traffic onto the neighborhood streets. And we have a parking ordinance, correct, that would cover that does not allow you to park in front of somebody's house for an
It's
extended...
pretty tough to enforce. You can park anywhere in front of anybody's house for up to 4 hours. Then they have to call the police department. Then they have to watch it for up to,
Right.
8 hours before it can be dealt with. But it's an enforcement issue at best.
But I'm just saying that maybe that will help soothe some of the concerns of the neighboring neighbors.
I think their concern is just vehicles trips through their street.
Okay.
Increased trips.
Okay? Thank you, Councilwoman Carson. Thank you, Rick Wells, for adding to the presentation. I'm going to go to the audience now. Is there anybody in the audience tonight that would like to discuss this or these ordinances with the City Council this evening that are before us in this public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to the council. Yes, sir. There is somebody. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Craig Fichette, 4080 Albion Street, Denver, Colorado. I'm with Del West, and I have to thank the council for hearing me briefly.
One second, Mr. Fichette.
Yes.
Because I closed the public hearing, I'm going to reopen the public hearing for your comments because it needs to be part of the hearing. And after you're done, then I'll close the public hearing. And that's why I wanted to make sure I got any comments in. So the public hearing is now reopened to hear Mr. Fichette's comments. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think Rick is hitting stride right now. It's been a long process. He's had some curveballs thrown at him with additional detention issues, a lot of normal development issues that present themselves throughout the course of something this large. So I think right now he's on pace to, really accelerate the efforts, and I think that the council will see a lot more going vertical in the next 16 months than they have in the last 6 years or 3 years. So I think it's an opportunity to build on that momentum. We're, as a company, anxious to be part of this development. We've spent a long time with Rick understanding what the goals of the URA are, as well as what we could accommodate within our business model. And a couple things I did hear today that I'd like to address. We build both market rate rentals and affordable rentals, multifamily I'm referring to right now. And the demographics do create different parking requirements. We find that if we're doing an affordable LIHTC deal, our parking requirements are much lower. In fact, we're over-parked on almost all of our multifamily developments. If we're doing a market rate deal, the parking requirements are higher. So I think you need to balance that, as well as one thing that was mentioned earlier, the senior parking requirements are definitely lower than if we have a market rate deal that is not senior restricted. So there are a lot of nuances to parking. But one of the things you have to understand is every day the cost of construction is going higher and higher. And with the new policy that's being adopted by, or we think that's being proposed with our new president-elect, we may see construction prices go even higher with his infrastructure policy thoughts. And with that being said, the land values haven't gone down much either, so we need to get enough density to allow us to actually build anything. And Rick doesn't, and I don't think anybody in my company wants to practice building things anymore. We'd like to actually build successful projects that are good for the community and also make us money. And I can tell you right now, nobody's going to build anything unless they can try to make money at it. So parking densities are an issue. I think one of the things we're seeing moving forward, to reference some of these alternative parking options, are better, more coordinated public transportation, and also Uber, Lyft has created a game-changing dynamic change, we feel. Anyway, we're looking forward to immediately starting developing here, and that means for us on the front end, as Rick has said, we have a lot of challenges in the affordable as well as market rate multifamily world financing it right now. So anything that we end up building on the multifamily side, I want to start trying to put the financing in place at the first of the year. And it'll take us a year to get to where we need to be before we can go vertical possibly on some of our financing. On the single family side, we're really bullish on it right now. We want to make sure that we can accelerate this process to maintain a piece of the current market. We see a market dynamic right now that's a little uncomfortable with raising rates. I mean, in the last month and a half, 6 weeks, we've seen 65, 70 basis point move in the 10-year yield, which is creating some major issues on construction loans, et cetera. And if you're talking about $20 million loan, over a half a point move can stop a lot of these things. So right now, we think that there's a real good opportunity to build attainable single-family homes. They won't be 3,000 square foot homes, though. So when you're talking about, a house with 6, how many bedrooms do you have, Mayor? 5? I'm not building 5-bedroom houses. These are not going to be 5, 6 bedroom homes that are 3,500 square feet. We're going to see a much more neo-urban, higher density product that'll cater to a different sensibility in the buyer than you may see in some of the outlying suburban areas. If we have 3 bedrooms, we probably don't see 6 cars. So that's one thing to factor in. Anyway, we're really anxious to get, catch the wave, as it were, with the single family. We'd like to, come out of the chutes building single family immediately. We think we can hit some attainable price points, and simultaneously to that effort, we're going to be full, pedal to the metal with our multifamily efforts. And Rick doesn't know it, but I think we may, we're contemplating coming out of the ground with possibly a 4-story senior project initially. So I know that's been an issue that's, a concern to the board. So anyway, that's my thoughts. Anybody have any questions? Fire away.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Frechette? Seeing none. Comment? Go ahead,
Okay.
Dave.
Your last remark is very appreciated, so thank you.
You're welcome.
On the senior housing.
All right. Thank you very much.
Aim to please. Thank you very much.
All right. Sir, come on up. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Jason Martinez. I'm the director of the Boys and Girls Club, which is located 6201 Holly Street in Commerce City. Home address 11115 Columbine Court, North Glen. Just sitting here and having some discussions about the process and the planning takes me back to when we were in the same point as they are right now. You know, you get the planning, you have the discussions, you go before city council. And it gets me excited, the opportunity that we had to become a part of the community and to be able to know that we could offer so much to the kids within the surrounding neighborhood. So I'm excited for them. You know, we're here to lend our public support for the rezoning application, and we would just, you know, knowing that there's going to be more walkability for the kids within the surrounding community to get to our facility, and we could serve with our state-of-the-art facility the community that's hopefully coming in there, as well as the retail and the educational component to it. That gets the Boys and Girls Club organization excited, and we're just here to lend our support for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody else in the audience that wants to discuss these ordinances with City Council this evening? Seeing none. Public hearing is now for sure closed. All right. Now to the council. I am open for a motion to accept or deny the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission concerning ordinance V86-17. Mr. McEldown.
So moved.
Mr. Bullock.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings. I'm assuming findings and recommendations.
Findings and
right?
recommendations of the
All
Planning Commission as stated by the mayor.
All
Yes.
right, thank you, because I also asked for maybe a denial. It was up to you. So I just wanted to make sure it was to accept the findings. Of the Planning Commission on ordinance V-86-17. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Now I'm open for a motion to introduce ordinance V-86-17 by council as seated. Mr. Amador.
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance V-86-17 by council as seated. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance V-86-17, an ordinance vacating a right-of-way on the property described on Exhibit A, attached here to and made a part hereof, consisting of a portion of Dahlia Street, City of Commerce City, Colorado.
I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. For the record, 8 in favor, 1 excused absence. Motion carries. Now I'm open for a motion to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission concerning ordinance Z-941-17. Mr. McEldowney.
Move to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on ordinance Z-941-17. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Now I'm open for a motion to introduce ordinance Z-941-17 by council as seated. Mr. Douglas.
So moved.
Mr. Amador.
Second.
I have that motion and second. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance Z-941-17, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado for rezoning to PUD Zone District and approving a PUD Zone document for the property described in Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part hereof, bound by East 64th Avenue to the north, East 62nd Avenue to the south, Holly Street to the east, and Highways 2 and 85 to the west, Commerce City, Colorado.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. For the record, 8 in favor, 1 has an excused absence. The motion is carried. Move on in the agenda to resolution 2016. Let me start over. 2016-130. I'm going to open the public hearing and invite the planner, Paul Workman, forward to make the presentation. Since you're still there, go right ahead.
All right, as just alluded to, the resolution before City Council this evening is Resolution 2016-130, a resolution finding blight and approving the current condition survey for the Mile High Greyhound Park site. The subject property is relatively the same as the requested rezoning, minus the Boys and Girls Club. That area has been excluded from the blight area. The current condition survey establishes a finding of blight, which is a necessary step in the urban renewal process. Urban renewal is one way to remedy and prevent the presence of blight in the area. The urban renewal process here in the state of Colorado basically has 3 different steps. The first step is to establish blight in the current condition survey, which is what's before council this evening. The second is to complete the urban renewal plan, which is in progress at this time, and then implement the urban renewal area funding tools, which will be a future stage, as we've alluded to. As some of you may remember, in 2012, there was a current condition survey approved at that time. Since then, the existing buildings on site were removed and the Boys and Girls Club was developed. Therefore, there needs to be a new blight study. As part of the urban renewal plan, as we've alluded to, that process has begun, and that will be the financing tool for the infrastructure improvements. The current condition survey does make a determination of blight, which is defined by the state of Colorado in urban renewal law. It's fairly lengthy, but essentially it is an area with an array of urban problems for things like health issues, social deficiency, and physical deteriorations of the site. The state identifies 11 different possible blight factors, and if the owners or tenants of the property do not object, only one factor is needed. This is a list of the 11 findings for blight. The ones in red are the ones that that were found to be present on the subject property. The 3 that are in black are the 3 that were not found to be on the subject property. These are just some photos identifying each of the criteria for deteriorating structures, the defective or inadequate street layout, as the site is a barrier to movement within the neighborhood, and then the lack of the faulty lot layout with the size of the lots and their configuration, unsanitary or unsafe conditions, the deterioration of site or other site improvements, the unusual topography or inadequate public improvements, and then conditions endangering life or property, and then underutilization or vacancy of the subject property. In summary, the survey finds that the site meets 8 of those blight factors. Again, only one blight factor is required because there's no objection from the owner or tenants of the property. Therefore, the recommendation is to approve Resolution 2016-130, finding blight and approving the current condition survey for the Mile High Greyhound Park site. That would conclude the presentation for the current condition survey this evening. However, we are available to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Is there any questions or concerns for staff at this time? Seeing none. Is the applicant is present. Would you like to add to that presentation?
I would just say this is a classic urban renewal project, and certainly the council can see, and anybody who lives in the neighborhood can see, that the area is underutilized, blighted, and we are looking forward to it not looking like anything in those pictures in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward and address council on this matter? Seeing no one, going to close the public hearing. Now I'm open for a motion to approve Resolution 2016-130, which is the recommendation. Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2016-130.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Would the city attorney please read the title?
Resolution 2016-130, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, making legislative findings that an area of the City of Commerce City is a blighted area and appropriate for an urban renewal project.
Great. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Thank you, folks, for coming in this evening. All right, we're going to move on to our next set of public hearings. And before we do, there's, I believe, three, is it three?
Yep.
Three items that have to be taken care of concerning a property at 88th Avenue and Brighton Road. Before we get into that, I want to abstain my discussion, comments, and/or vote. And I'll tell you why. When I was not the mayor, I was in between terms. I was out for a 4-year period of time. I did some consulting, and I did some consulting for the owner of that property, Mr. Paul Montoya, who I saw is here this evening. And I helped him to obtain a will-serve letter from South Adams Water Sanitation District. Not that that would affect my ability to vote, but I think just to make sure that I keep the record clean and clear, I want to let the council know that I will go ahead and I will run the public hearing, but I will not comment and I will not vote concerning the three items that will be before the city council due to my involvement with that property in the past. Formal abstention, okay? And I don't need, from my understanding, I don't need to get the council's approval for a formal abstention, so I'm just going to abstain and stay out of it and let the rest of the council do the work on these three items coming before you, all right? All right, we have Resolution 2016-127 and Ordinance AN-244-16 and Ordinance Z938-17. The next three items are interrelated and will be heard under one public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and invite Planner Robin Kearns forward to make the presentation and ask the city attorney to proceed with the case. So go ahead, Robin.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. Mr. Kearns, we're going to ask a few questions for the purposes of the annexation. Can you please state your full name, or your name and position for the record?
My name is Robin Scott Kearns. I'm a planner here at Commerce City.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this matter?
I do.
Are you familiar with the annexation case file AN-244-16, the related annexation petition in the area proposed to be annexed?
It's actually corrected to 17.
17.
But I am.
You are? Okay. Very familiar. Thank you. And if you can answer yes or no to these questions. Has the City Council adopted a plan for the area to be annexed pursuant to CRS 31-12-105-1E?
Yes.
Is at least 1/6 of the area to be annexed contiguous with the existing boundaries of the City of Commerce City?
Yes.
Does a community of interest exist between the areas proposed to be annexed and the City of Commerce City?
Yes.
Are the areas proposed to be annexed urbanized, or will they be urbanized in the near future?
Yes.
Are the areas proposed to be annexed integrated or capable of being integrated with the City of Commerce City?
Yes.
Have all of the owners of the lands to be annexed signed the petition for annexation?
Yes.
Have annexation proceedings been commenced for any of the land proposed to be annexed to any other municipality?
No.
Will the proposed annexation result in the detachment of area from any school district and the attachment of such area to another school district?
No.
Do the annexation petitions meet the requirements of law?
Yes.
Will the proposed annexation have the effect of extending the boundaries of the City of Commerce City more than 3 miles in any direction from any point of such boundary in any 1 year?
No.
Is the entire width of any street or alley proposed to be annexed included in the annexation?
Yes.
Have all requirements of CRS 31-12-104, CRS 31-12-15, and Section 30 of Article 2 of the State Constitution been satisfied with respect to this annexation?
Yes, they have.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. You can proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Mayor was there. So
okay.
And council members, thank you for allowing me to present two cases tonight, an annexation and annexation zoning for property located at 8799 Brighton Road. Subject parcel here on the vicinity map, as you can see, is mostly in an area that's still mostly Adams County within Commerce City growth area. We're at the intersection of 76 Brighton Road, East 88th, south of the Mile High Marketplace. Our city's comprehensive plan designates this area as commercial, the area to the south as residential, with industrial distribution encircling that. The aerial shows the current conditions, which is vacant. and just some pictures from site to show. Looking north, you see the exit ramp from 76. So there's a bit of a slope up to the road network there. Looking east, the road comes down from the highway going east on 88th Avenue. Looking south, more or less, you're looking at the Wickiup Trailer Park. And looking west at a neighboring property, also future would be zoned commercial. As you can see, the site is more or less flat. Our current request tonight is for an annexation and annexation zoning. These are both reviewed by City Council. The annexation zoning was reviewed as well by Planning Commission. Currently, there is a development plan has begun, and subsequent a subdivision plat process will also be undertaken. Those will be finished administratively by staff. The applicant is requesting the incorporation into Commerce City. Regarding contiguity, the total perimeter of this area is 1,863.93 feet, and 1/6 of that would be 310.66 feet. Perimeter that is contiguous with this application is 1,437.19 feet, which provides us a strong contiguity perimeter of 73%, which exceeds our 1/6 area requirement, and that is meeting the Colorado Revised Statute Code 1973 31-12-104-1A. The right-of-way for a portion of the Brighton Road south of this property is also included in the annexation. This annexation map helps you see kind of the overall annexation area. The site is a sort of the funky, if you don't mind that word, shape of here. And then basically the annexation is filling in the areas of right-of-way between like 88th Avenue and Brighton Road as well, getting filled in there. So it'll create a solid piece of pie, if you will. The request for the annexation zoning is to change from a current Adams County I-1 to the Commerce City C3. C3 is the regional commercial district designation, and it allows for more intensive use, higher impact businesses and activities serving both general as well as public traveling on the interstate and regional context out of and this, to kind of reinforce that, this location is bordered by I-76, East 88th, which is a minor arterial, and Brighton Road, which is a major collector. As well, the proposed C3 zoning we feel is appropriate for the neighborhood. It's identified as commercial in our future land use plan. There is residential nearby that might be able to take advantage of having a commercial amenity. It is located along these heavily traveled roadways, and it meets our C3 minimum lot area. The C3 zoning does allow fuel sales by right, and that is the only commercial zone that allows that use by right. The property does not require annexation to develop, and that is a footnote to the proceedings, that this property could ultimately be developed in Adams County if it were not, if it's not annexed into the Commerce City. Looking at our criteria applicable, here we have our annexation criteria, which lays out 6 criteria. Staff finds that this application does meet all 6 of these criteria. We want to note that there's a property ownership to change here between now and a second reading if this is to go forward. And we do have an annexation agreement signed by both parties addressing this and any needs of the city in terms of requirements associated with annexation. The annexation zoning criteria is a little more limited than typical zoning criteria. There are only 3, and in this case, staff found that the application meets criteria A, which is compatible with city comprehensive plan. Again, that comprehensive plan designates the area as commercial. In terms of referral agencies, we've received comments from the following referral agencies, and some have had comments, but none have raised any objections to the proposed project. just to give you an idea of what would be coming here in terms of this fuel sale gas station, it is it's called the Murphy Express, and it's...
Sorry about that. That's $5 for Mr. Bullock.
Thought I was hearing something.
You were hearing something.
All right. So it's basically provides about a 1,200 square foot commercial, if you will, convenience store building with then about a 6,800 square foot canopy that bodies both that building and the fuel pump islands. It would have approximately 3 employees and have some hours between 5 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. 7 days a week. You see the site design allows for 2 access points. This isn't meant to be major like truck fueling. It's smaller, more for your typical cars and trucks. And when I meant truck, I meant like tractor trailer fueling. Just some elevations. This would be of that kind of convenience store component and the overall canopy component. And all these designs are meeting our land development code requirements, as well as landscaping and those kind of items. As of today's date, staff has received the following responses, both to public notice and a neighborhood meeting, which was conducted on October 26th. We've had 4 property owners who own property nearby raise concerns regarding traffic and congestion at the Brighton Road and 88th Avenue intersection, with concerns that this would be adding to it. There's a dangerous curve discussed where Brighton Road goes west from this site. Shortly thereafter makes a sharp turn to the south. Staff's noted the speed limit there is 35, but in that corner it is 15. There's also concern about a criminal activity associated with the residents of the Wiki Up Trailer Park, and this providing a place could attract criminal activity. So those were the concerns that were raised by these 4 nearby property owners. On November 1st, we had a hearing in front of Planning Commission. This again was regarding the annexation zoning, and they voted 3-2 to recommend approval to City Council regarding that request. Staff is concluding my presentation, and we're ready for any questions. The applicant is as well as here tonight to speak on behalf of the project if needed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Does staff have, or the council have questions for the staff at this time? Mr. McEldowney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Kearns.
Thank you.
With regard to the comments that you cited at the end of the presentation from the community, one of those was traffic concerns in particular, and we're all quite familiar with the concerns around the Mile High Marketplace, especially during its days and hours of operation. Just kind of looking over at the Planning Commission minutes, I see one of the first things referenced here are comments from the traffic engineer who talks about some street widening that will occur in conjunction with this project. Can you talk a little bit more about that, or maybe use the site plan that you had on screen earlier to help explain the implications or impact of that its role in helping to mitigate any traffic concerns?
Sure. The traffic engineer, as I recall, basically there is a high level of traffic at certain times of day. Something I noted from the applicant, a station like this times its fueling around those type peak hours, so it's not being conducted at those times. Regarding the design now, currently none of this area of Brighton Road is part of the city, so we've had part of this project has been to work to figure out what would be the future cross-section of Brighton Road. And there's a very limited amount of room. I think ideally the city would prefer even more room, but ultimately between existing development and the ability to create the proper roadway. So if you will, basically right now this is showing like a 2-lane. There'll be a deceleration additional lane added to make entrance into the project, and that will help with some widening. The city's worked with the applicant basically to reduce It'll basically be sidewalk straight into right-of-way to add as much possible right-of-way in the future. Ultimately, the ability to do more changes along Brighton Road will be dependent on more property coming into the city in terms of annexation. But currently, with this one, they'll be adding an extra entrance lane and making as much of that right-of-way basically drivable. Maybe the applicant might be able to speak a little more to that actual design as well, from a technical standpoint.
Thank you. That was helpful, and I think that was you hit on one of the key questions I had. Just knowing that this is so heavily county, we haven't had much conversation, if any, around this in terms of our transportation planning. So, making sure that we understand. It's been a big theme of our conversations over the last several years in terms of trying to think further out in terms of what's going to happen with development or with roads, and dealing with things where there wasn't the foresight. So it sounds like those things have been considered, at least to the extent that they can. I think the bottom line is this road has challenges today because it is a very unimproved corridor. There's no curb and gutter, there's no sidewalk, it's road, and so this is the beginning of, potentially the beginning of improving that, bringing it to a more current.
And this city has made sure that a pedestrian component is being incorporated, and it's not an ideal situation, and there's been a lot of work to try to create the optimum scenario given the constraints.
So my last question, and it ties back to the pedestrian component. So you talked about having sidewalk on this, knowing that the corridor in and of itself is not improved. We'd really be talking about sidewalk that fronts this property, but then we don't have connectivity from this property across the roadway in either direction, from what I'm gathering. Is that right? It's really, we're putting in that improvement with the anticipation that it will ultimately connect to other pedestrian.
Correct, and trying to make sure that the site even itself allows the pedestrians to get into the facilities to use it. It really is setting up for a future future plan that would allow better. But as you know, there is bus stops both on both sides that would have to be kind of incorporated, and so it is used by the pedestrian community, if you will. So trying to provide as much amenity to that is important, and so we've removed like tree lawns, trying to add as much road, but making sure the sidewalks are also still going to be a part of now and in the future.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kearns. On 88th, coming off of 76, I know this is in the county, but as far as bringing that into Commerce City, are you going to have part of that street widened too? Because right now, this loads up pretty good, and then knowing people are going to turn into this facility to use, bring shoppers to this convenience store, and then you also have pedestrian traffic across from Mile High Market, flea market, to get over to that facility as well, based on the needs from that area that maybe Mile High might be lacking. They'll probably come over to that facility, even being a gas station on this side of the street versus on the west side of 76. So when it comes to traffic timing, things like that, that's going to add to the load as well, because you're going to have the timing to get people across from this side, since if this goes forward, the need to get this to the facility going west to turn left into the site. So that's going to probably decrease the time, so we probably have more loading from 76 to 88th. Is there going to be maybe built into the side there an extra street to help offset as far as the cars coming onto 88th?
In terms of this project, I don't believe so. I am familiar with that this area is being looked at in a bigger picture from more of a regional level. I know that 88th has been designated by entities entity such as DRCOG is a really important overall right-of-way that should get directed, that funds should get directed towards studies to help both make widening but also figure out the right solution for a really key artery in our city. And that might be something that maybe our engineer could talk to a little more. But there is, as far as I understand, this area is being studied more to figure out a solution, as there is a lot going on and it's under a lot of pressure.
Okay. Yeah, my concern is the.
But to answer
the
your question, I don't
traffic
think we're actually adding any lanes on the 88th area.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Amador.
Can we switch over just to the site plan real quick, what we're looking at? There, right there. Over off to the west side of this site, there looks like, I don't know, some round edges over there. What are those? Yeah, those.
I believe these would be where the tanker fills up the underground tanks.
Oh, it's just something underground where a tanker comes in and drops his fuel and then takes off again. They're not like propane filling stations or anything.
No, they do here have like an ice machine in some of those smaller propane tanks. Here's your trash enclosure, but this is for the filling the underground system.
Very good. And so I'm extremely excited about this site being developed rather than a single point in the year that used to be in June, July for fireworks, which went away. I don't know what happened there anymore. But anyhow, creating a few jobs, understanding that this is a tricky intersection to try to handle with the improvements and the things that are going to go on there. I'm excited to see some development and making it happen. So I'll just hold my comments there.
Councilwoman Carson.
Oh, I just had a few questions. In there, you state that they don't have to annex in to do this type of.
That to define that, to reiterate that is that to provide services, they need to be serviced by the water district, and our agreement with the water district is that that essentially we have the first right to refuse, maybe is a way to put it, they need to come through Commerce City, and if we just choose not to annex them, then they will be given then they'll have the right to get that water service through South Adams County, and then go to Adams County for their building permits or any development review.
And then, is there any chance that in the future this would turn into a truck stop?
I can't imagine. It's a very, very tight, small site. It's a very difficult site to develop. The remainder of this area, although it looks blank, will be retention because it has to do on-site retention. It's a pretty small footprint to put much into, and so a truck stop. I think you're thinking of like larger tractor trailers. Right. They'll be, I think just bringing the filling truck will be an endeavor, and they'll do that off hours. There's just not the size of room for the movement of large trucks as a normal activity.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Teeter.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm also in favor of this project. I believe that the closest gas station, you'd have to cross the interstate to find the first gas station that was anywhere close. The people on the east side of the interstate, there is no services over there as far as fuel, unless you move down Brighton Boulevard closer to 80th Avenue. I think it'll also be, like you said, there's 2 bus stops down there. I believe that'll actually help the people that are catching the buses to be for a safer environment, closer with the sidewalks and stuff. And I think that'll really help the people that do use the bus service down through there. And I just think it will be an addition to that side of the tracks, highway.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask the applicant if he'd like to come forward and add anything to the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Greg Burnett. I'm an engineer with Greenberg Farrow. I apologize in advance. I got a really bad cold, so if you can't understand me, just raise your hand and I'll repeat what I say. I'm here on behalf of Murphy Oil, the gas station, and also the current and future property owners. I'd like to thank Mr. Kearns and the planning staff and DPW staff on all their help through the process to get us to this point. A lot of the questions that I've heard from the council members are stuff that Robin's answered, and I was going to go over here, so I don't want to delay it too long. I'll make it as short as possible. I know there's a lot more left on the agenda tonight. Excuse me. As far as the neighborhood concerns that we had at the neighborhood meeting, and traffic being one of them, I'd like to mention that on the traffic side, we are doing an interim right-of-way improvement, which includes adding a decel lane and restriping and widening of Brighton coming off of East 88th. That's going to be an interim solution for the traffic, and also with that, we'll be adding a sidewalk straight across the front of the property and also connecting it up to East 88th. And that will be planned for the future right-of-way, which the property owner is going to be entering into a public improvements agreement to help fund the future right-of-way for this major collector. And that's only going to happen down the road if other properties along Brighton annex in and everything. I'd like to point out that as part of that, the property owner has agreed to, the city is going to take a small portion of the frontage of the property in order to widen that right-of-way as much as possible for that future development. So those type of things that have been considered. The other aspect that the neighbors concern about the gas station development creating more crime, that's something that my client takes very seriously. They go through all sorts of measures throughout their store developments throughout the U.S. and other countries. One, the store is well lit. They also do the store underneath the canopy, so there's not a separate building in the back of the property, a larger building that has darker areas. They also don't have any type of picnic tables or gathering areas. It's not a truck stop that was mentioned earlier, so that helps. They also have over 20 security cameras on site they're monitored back in El Dorado, back at their home headquarters. The overall development we feel is going to be a positive impact to the city, and we hope for your support. We're here to take any questions. I have the traffic engineer as well.
Thank you. Councilwoman Carson.
I have a question, but it doesn't have anything to do with traffic. Since this is a convenience store, I'm assuming it will have alcohol sales of beer?
Yeah, they'll have coolers for that as well, I believe, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to ask if there's anybody in the audience who would like to come forward and address the council on this matter. You just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Mike Wall. I'm with Wall Development Group. We are under contract to purchase the property and will ultimately be the landlord for the tenant Murphy Oil. I just wanted to say that we obviously support this project. We think that it's a great option for this little lot. I think that a fuel station is about as good an option as you can get for what you have here. I know that there are concerns around traffic, and the nice thing about a fuel station from our perspective is that most of the traffic that enters into a fuel station a lot of it is drive-by traffic. It's cars that are already on the road anyways, as opposed to like a restaurant, which people are getting in their cars and specifically driving to that location, which I think is helpful for the traffic situation. The other point to make is that, like Greg mentioned, the public improvements agreement, we are going to sign that with the city, which is basically us signing up for, at some point in the future, paying for our portion of widening the road and doing the improvements along Brighton that need to be done. Ultimately, any traffic issues from our perspective that are on Brighton Road aren't going to get solved until more properties annex in and there's kind of a larger improvement done to Brighton Road, and so we are gonna do our part there with that public improvements agreement and take that on. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward and address the council at the matter before the council this evening? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Now I'm open for before I go any further, the city attorney has advised me that he went through the council policies, did not require the council to make a motion and a second and have approval for me to abstain. However, he has went through now, while we were talking about it, the charter, and the charter does require a council approval for me to abstain. So, is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? A motion and a second to allow for the abstention of the mayor concerning the three cases that are before us. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Now I have met all of the requirements, correct, Mr. Attorney?
Thank you. I apologize for the error.
That's all right. You're welcome. All right, now I'm open for a motion to second to approve Resolution 2016-127. No, it doesn't say that. We got to do the Planning Commission first?
This resolution pertains to the annexation. Only the zoning was reviewed by the Planning Commission.
All right, great. Thank you. That takes care of that. Mr. McEldowney.
Move to approve Resolution 2016-127.
Thank you. Mr. Amador.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Resolution 2016-127, resolution making findings of fact by the City Council of the City of Commerce City and its conclusion relative to the eligibility of annexation to the City of Commerce City of the property located at 8799 Brighton Road, Commerce City, Colorado, in AN-244-17.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Now I'm open for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance AN-244-16 by council as seated. Mr. McEldowney.
Move to introduce AN 244-16. Council is seated.
Mr. Teeter.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance AN 244-16. Council is seated. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read that title?
AN-244-16, an ordinance approving and accomplishing the annexation of contiguous unincorporated territory described in Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part hereof, located at 8799 Brighton Road, Commerce City, Colorado.
Thank you. I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, 7 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 excused absence. Motion carried. Now I'm open for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on Ordinance Z-938-17. Mr. Bullock.
So move.
Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on Ordinance Z-938-17. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Now I'm open for a motion and a second to introduce Ordinance Z-938-17 by council as seated. Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor, move to introduce Ordinance Z-938-17. Council is seated.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read that title?
Ordinance Z-938-17, an ordinance rezoning from Adams County I-1 to Commerce City C3, the property described in Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part hereof, located at 8799 Brighton Road, Commerce City, Colorado, and amending the zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado to reflect said rezoning.
Thank you. I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, 7 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 excused absence. Motion is carried. Congratulations, folks, and thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Next item on the agenda, conditional use permit, CU-115-16. I'm going to go ahead and open that public hearing. I'm going to invite planner Caitlin Long? Golly, that's a long last name. To come forward and give her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, and good evening to the members of City Council. The case before you this evening is CU-115-16. The applicant in this case is Diversified Transfer and Storage. They are requesting a conditional use permit for a transportation terminal at the property at 10381 Havana Street. This property is located at the southeast corner of the intersection of 104th and I-76, where it crosses over the bridge. It is zoned I-1 and is surrounded by a variety of I-1, I-2, and I-3 uses. The comprehensive plan identifies the area for office and flex uses, which is our land use category that includes light industrial and specialized storage. The case history includes that the property was annexed and zoned I-1 with conditions in 1987. It was used as a tree farm for a number of years, and then in 2010, the zoning was amended to remove those previous conditions of approval on the zoning. DTS is proposing to install a 123,000 square foot transportation terminal facility. This is primarily a cold storage warehouse, and then they also do the distribution for those types of uses. They are relocating to Commerce City from Denver, where they have 24 employees, so they're bringing those employees here. And then with the expansion of their space, they're also going to be adding between 11 and 25 additional employees over the course of their build-out. The Land Development Code requires a conditional use permit in the I-1 zone district because of the potential for some of those additional significant impacts from heavy truck traffic in what is supposed to be our lightest intensity industrial district. So it just gives us a little bit of extra security, and that it is truly an appropriate use for that location. The approval criteria for a conditional use permit are listed here. The surrounding area, which is one of the approval criteria, is developed mainly with a variety of industrial uses, including other transportation terminals, storage facilities, and some manufacturing facilities. So the proposed use will likely have a minimal impact on the surrounding properties and will be compatible with that neighborhood. Next, the proposed development shows how the characteristics of the site are suitable for the use. It has access from Havana Street at the southwest corner of the site. Building number 2 is the maintenance shop for the facility, which allows for a little bit of oil changes, lube, that kind of thing. It also has it has a wash bay to clean out the truck trailers that are used for food transportation. The main building, shown towards the west, is expected to be constructed in 3 phases, as shown here. The first phase includes the 7,000 square foot office space, the dock area, as well as some warehouse space, and then additional warehouse space would be constructed in phases 2 and 3. And these renderings give you an idea of what the exterior appearance of the building will look like. It is to be constructed of concrete panels and stucco-coated insulated metal. The circulation plan shows that there's a separation between the truck traffic, which is shown in this loop here, and the passenger vehicle traffic, which only travels in the darker gray areas. So that's intended to mitigate any potential conflicts of traffic within the site itself. And to consider the adequacy of the existing public facilities, this is a map of the approved truck routes in the area, and it shows that the site's relatively well positioned. It does have major roadways, including an approved truck route on Joliet Street and 104th Avenue. And although the southern end of Havana Street is not officially designated, that area is all developed industrially and is generally appropriate for truck traffic. So where we run into a little bit of trouble is that the intersection at Joliet and 104th Avenue currently operates at a level of service F for left turns from northbound Joliet to westbound 104th Avenue during the PM peak hour. There's currently 93 approximate trips making that turn. The traffic study provided by DTS estimates that they will have approximately 357 daily vehicle trips. That's including their employee vehicles as well as any additional truck traffic that they have. And the company estimates they'll have about 159 weekly truck trips based on their current operations. Of all traffic generated by the site, approximately 20% would be traveling south on Havana, 50% would be traveling west on 104th, and 30% would be traveling east on 104th. And so based on that, the applicant would be contributing an additional 22 vehicles approximately during that PM peak rush hour. And so this results in a total of 116 vehicles trying to make that left turn during the PM peak. And based on this concerning bit of information, we did request an additional traffic signal needs study, and that did find that the intersection at 104th and Joliet is already warranting a traffic signal without any additional development in the area. And so in order to make a fair and equitable contribution for everything, we recommend the condition of approval that the applicant contribute to a traffic signal at this location based on their proportional impact rather than full installation at this time. And a PIA, a public improvements agreement, is being negotiated between Public Works staff and the applicant during this time. The Planning Commission determined in their analysis of the case that the proposed use, is compliant with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and that it meets the approval criteria for a CUP. They also determined that the characteristics of the location and the site are appropriate for a transportation terminal for the reasons that are listed here, and most notably that with the condition, there's not expected to be an undue burden imposed on adjacent property of public improvements or city services. And again, that condition states that the applicant will contribute a proportional share of the cost to install its traffic signal at Joliet Street and East 104th Avenue. And the applicant's agreeable to this condition, and as previously mentioned, the exact amount is being negotiated between Public Works and the applicant. As of today, there's been no responses to public notice regarding this request. And I apologize, on December 6th, 2016, the Planning Commission heard this case and voted 5-0 to recommend approval to the City Council with one condition. Thank you for your consideration this evening, and staff's available to answer any questions. The applicant also has a brief presentation prepared for you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of the staff at this time from the council? Mr. Douglas.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I know on the truck route, 104th, my concern on this is Peoria Street, because right now it's really hard for folks living in the River Run area using Peoria from 104th, trying to get across that intersection right now. It's hard enough, and adding, you said 30% is going to go to the east and 70% to the west, where you're also going to have depends on the storage, cold storage, and all that, where they're going to be coming from. It may be coming from the airport, maybe coming from 104th Highway 2. So that's going to add to the traffic going westbound from Highway 2. So that means more people are going to have to be impacted by that added traffic. So once this is put in, really like to concentrate on Peoria and 104th and be proactive. So when the signal is needed, that we don't wait to put that in, and that should be part of the traffic study as well. So that's one of my main concerns about this.
Mr. Douglas? We had a conversation not too long ago. Mr. McBroom let us know with some of the uses that were coming online that there would be signals not only because of this particular use. At Juliet, there would also be a signal necessary for Florence and 104th, and a signal also necessary for Peoria and 104th, but not because of this additional traffic, but because of additional development that will be taking place in the area. So, Mr. McBroom, do you have anything you want to add to that? So Mr. Douglas understands that the staff is concerned with that and working towards a way to finance the signals necessary.
The mayor's correct. Due to recent analysis of that stretch of 104th Avenue by our Public Works Department, we do know that signals are warranted in several locations in that area. The challenge, as always, is how to pay for them. So that's the next effort of staff, looking at how we might prioritize the installation of signals, what funding from the city would be needed for those signals, what participation would we have from CDOT, since that still is part of State Highway 44. So that's the phase of the analysis we're in currently.
Hopefully that helps, Mr. Douglas.
No, I do remember us having that discussion, but at that time, this was not part of the discussion. This is something brand new. So that wasn't even entertained at that time, that this facility was coming online. And I'm just saying, just for reference, just to put it out there, why I'm asking, and just as far as traffic. So I do remember the conversation. Like I said, at the time, this wasn't proposed. So.
Again, just to clarify, based on existing traffic analysis, warrants are met at Peoria and Joliet and Florence. This project certainly adds additional traffic to 104th Avenue, but it already meets warrants.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the council for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward, add to the presentation, or I guess you have your own presentation that you want to give us. So go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ryan McBreen with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204. Thanks for hearing me tonight, or hearing us tonight. It's been a long night. You got a lot going on tonight, so I'll try to be brief. Councilmember Douglas, I'll try to answer your question during this presentation as well as best I can. Obviously, we kind of didn't look down that way, but obviously we have to take into account the traffic considerations there. That's my kind of craft. So first I want to thank Caitlin for everything she's done to get us here tonight. With the way the economy is, and the property owner just purchased the property now, we want to enter that in the record as well. J. Foley Properties, LLC. He's not only the applicant, now he's the owner of the property. He's going to eventually develop it. So he's got a vested interest in the project. So, but as I was saying, Caitlin did a great job of getting us here tonight. Excited to move forward with this. He's excited to move to Commerce City from Denver. He's outgrown that location. He's excited to actually build his own facility, one he owns, runs, and operates. So he thinks this is a great spot for it. So as was mentioned, he's in the cold food storage and distribution business. All the food you eat at the grocery store comes from places like he distributes. Food comes from all over the country to his locations. He started in Billings, Montana, which is where his headquarters is now. He's got a facility in Salt Lake City, Utah, as well as Denver right now, but he wants to move it to Commerce City. This is where you all come in. He's been doing it for 28 years, and he's a small business owner just trying to make a living doing what he loves to do and what he's good at. Caitlin kind of went over that area there. You know what's going on around it. Very similar uses, but there also is a lot of undeveloped land around there. So this is an area that's going to grow. Putting a high-quality use such as this, let's face it, transportation terminal is not sexy, but we've done a nice job creating a good business, a nice, attractive-looking project with great landscaping, nice architecture. We think it fits in, and I think it'll build the character of the area and kind of set the precedent for future buildings coming in there. Cummins built a nice facility down the end and gives you opportunities for new growth and development in the area. Caitlin did a great job going over the site plan. One thing I would like to add to the whole phasing is in this first phase, when he builds the property, in phase 1, all of the hardscape, all of the landscape, all of those improvements will be done during the first phase of development. The only portions not done during phase 1 will be the phase 2 and phase 3 portions of the buildings. So all the hardscape, all the landscaping, buffering along Interstate 76, the landscaping along 104th, which is per the 104th corridor area plan, will be installed per plan from the onset. As you've seen from the architecture, it's attractive looking. It's as good as you can do for a nice warehouse building. It's also got to make sure it has the R value necessary to keep frozen and cold foods, and we think we've done that, and also kind of given it the architectural treatments that meet the design criteria that Commerce City has. A couple things that were discussed tonight and during Planning Commission had to do with impacts, just what's going on with traffic. We created a traffic study, but being in the industry, Jay Foley, the owner of the property, kind of understands what his project produces and kind of the times of day it does. So we kind of broke that down a little further just based on historical data. Approximately 50% of the trips produced from his project every day are trucks. The other 50% are workers coming and going. So only 50% will be the large trucks, as I was concerned, just the amount of truck traffic generated. Another thing is, typically Monday to Friday, there's only about 20 truck movements, 10 in, 10 out, and then 9 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon during peak hours. More movements happen during the weekend, with 34 per day, 17 in, 17 out. But as you break it down even further, you're looking at 40% of the total movements of the trucks are happening on the weekends when there aren't a lot of traffic going on. And only 33% is happening during peak hours, which is good news. And to kind of follow up on the discussion about Peoria, 104th is a major corridor. You guys invested a lot of money in improving it and doing all that. I think it should be noted that this project's contributing less than 3% of the total traffic at that Julian intersection. So obviously every little bit has a kind of contributes, it all adds up over time. But I don't think we're going to be the tipping point. As you can see, the intersection already needs the traffic right now. So all that stuff's considered. Applicants committed to paying their fair share and contributing as required, as necessary, as working with the city to do that right now. And then also just want to build on the jobs. Actually, since this project started, he's increased the workforce. There's currently 40 jobs in Denver right now. All of those will move up to Commerce City, and then there's also going to look at adding another 26 new jobs. So next year, he's estimating that he's going to be passing out more than $3.5 million in yearly wages. So, despite what people think of the warehouse industry, it's actually great paying, it's high paying, good quality jobs that I think Commerce City is going to love to have. I'm not going to go through all the CUP review criteria. It's in your packet tonight. Caitlin breezed through all that too. We've been here for a long time. So if you have any specific questions about that, I'd be happy to talk to it. We believe we meet all of those conditional use permit requirements. I think the staff has pointed out. I'd like to conclude that this is the right location. It's got good access. It's compatible with what's going on around it. It's a high-quality project in a growing area of Commerce City. It's a new business and employment opportunities in Commerce City that weren't previously here. We agreed to meet the staff recommendation. Staff supported the request, and Planning Commission voted to unanimously approve it. So tonight we ask for your support moving forward. The applicant is here. We have our whole team. We have a traffic engineer. We have our civil engineer. We have and Jay Foley, the owner, obviously, of the project. He can answer any questions you have specifically about the business. So he's excited to get going here, and like I said, ask for your support. So fire away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the applicant from the city council at this time? No? Mr. Douglas? No? All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward and address the council on this matter? Saying none. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask for a motion and a second to approve the findings and recommendations of planning condition on the conditional use permit CU-15-16. Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor, I move to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Amador.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept those findings and recommendations. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Now I'm open for a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit CU-115-16. Mr. Bullock.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve CU-115-16.
Mr. McEldowney.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit. Will the city attorney please read the title?
CU-115-16, conditional use permit for a transportation terminal, case number CU-115-16.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
I believe a roll call vote would be...
No, this is voice vote.
I'm reading the wrong thing. I apologize.
Yep, you're off tonight. I don't know what's going on. Motion is carried. Thank you, folks, for coming in, and
Thank
welcome
you.
to Commerce City.
Yes.
It was a good decision to move over here anyway. You'll like it.
Thank you.
You too.
Merry Christmas to
Great
you
looking,
also.
great looking site plan. Thank you.
Moving on in our agenda. Next item is administrative council business. One item that is on the administrative council business for tonight is a letter of support. I'd like to invite Mayor Pro Tem Bullock to speak on the letter of support.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, this letter is the same letter that was brought up earlier in the meeting. It's a letter of support that they're going to take back to Chief Cynthia Martinez of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, asking for the funds for the urban refuge, Rocky Mountain Urban Refuge. And I would just like to have, if council hasn't reviewed it, review it and give support, because this is going to definitely improve the area around here and the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock. I'm open for a motion. Mr. Bullock.
Move to approve the letter of support for the Urban Refuge Grant.
Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Douglas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the letter of support that Mr. Bullock so eloquently laid out to us. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried, and staff will get that letter of support together. Okay? Administrative Council business, Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I was asking for council support. I noticed that we have some discretionary funds left over, and I know in the past we've had late requests, and this one kind of hit on me because normally Toys for Tots, there was a request for 100,000 toys this year, and they could only fill 10% of that. And most of our kids, well, not most of them, there's just quite a few kids in Adams 14 who would have received some of those toys. And they said in order for that to happen, they would have to have, the Toys for Tots would have to have $3,000 in order to fill that. So this was an ask from Reba Droder, and I was putting this out if we could support that for the 55 kids that would have been taken care of, but at a smaller cost of $20 per child instead of what the Toys for Tots was asking. So that equals out to $1,100, and there's $1,675 in discretionary funds.
All right, council, I'm open for a motion. After all, it is Christmas time.
And the discretionary funds go back into the general fund at the end of the year, right?
Right. Mrs. Carson.
I just have a few questions. I'm just trying to be fair. We have 2 school districts. And so how did this come about? Are you presenting this on their behalf? And that's how we know about it? Or does 27J not need?
No, I haven't had any. I talked to several teachers in the area, and as far as a need, I know at the King Superstore they have a giving tree, which a lot of this for the students of 27J, and so that was used there in each area. I know of King Supers, they have a giving tree. I wasn't for sure if there was one at the King Supers down here by the dog track. If they had a giving tree, but I know in the northern area there was one that was presented out there, and it was filled. It has ornaments of children's names and their needs, and those are picked off and purchased, and then they're wrapped, and then they're brought to the store. So this came up when after the Winterfest event, about 2 weeks later, they got a call from the Toys for Tots to tell them that for the request that they needed, they weren't able to fill that, and if they wanted it filled, it would cost them quite a bit to do that. And so this was only an ask I had thought about. Well, let me ask the council, because I know we have discretionary funds left over, if we could help fill that need. And they were going to go out and talk to a lot of businesses in the area and ask if they would donate. But looking at the amount of time that's left from here until Sunday, that didn't seem like that would be a doable thing.
Well, and that was another question I had. I'm not sure that, who's going to do this? Is this doable at this point on Monday? And
Yes, it is. If this is approved.
these
this
would be
week.
purchased, wrapped, delivered? By who?
Well, if this is approved, I myself would be help wrapping these gifts. I've been tasked to do that. I don't mind.
Like I said, the only concern that I have is that we do things fairly for students in the city, that all students who are in need, that attention is brought to them. So, and that I would prefer to receive things like this differently than what this is coming about. And just for a quick question, what about the chamber? Is there any participation there from the Chamber of Commerce?
You mean with the Commerce City Business Professional? Yeah, they were, like I said, they were going to ask for, this is coming from REBA for the school district, so they're going to go out and would get the gifts and then also wrap it and distribute it. So this isn't from them, this is, they're going to take part as far as helping distribution, but it's not an ask from the Commerce City Business Professional or the Commerce City chambers.
Mr. Amador.
I guess I'm kind of confused. This says Adams 14, 2016 toy program, and we got a reference to Toys for Tots. And so I guess my question is, if approved or if this moves forward, do the toys go to students in Adams 14 directly?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. McEldowney.
I just want to preface the comments by saying I don't think anybody up here has a hard time doing the right thing for kids that wouldn't otherwise have a great holiday. I think what we do have a hard time with is the way that some things come before us. And for a program that is led by Adams 14, and I think you mentioned Reba as a player in this, I would expect the district to come and formally elicit support from us as opposed to one of us in this capacity. That's the part that seems awkward to me. Somebody that actually is an owner or facilitator of the program as opposed to a third party to the program asking for these monies would seem more official, more formal to me, as opposed to any one of us coming up and saying, hey, I've got this thing, let's go ahead and support this thing. Not that I don't trust you, but it doesn't have the same weight as somebody standing here that says, I'm here from the Adams 14 toy program, and we are in desperate need of your support. And for that, I would be ready to leap. Neither here nor there. I think the question is, do we have confidence that these monies are going to go to the right thing and they're going to help somebody? And I don't know.
Councilwoman Carson.
And not to just keep beating this to death, Mr. McEldowney put my concerns probably in a better perspective. I know in the years that I've set up here, we've had counselors come forward with wanting discretionary funds to buy car seats, and that counselor would be the one who would distribute the car seats. We've had counselors who wanted the funds to distribute school supplies. And so it's, as Jason is saying, that I think we had put forward a different way that these should be presented to council, because it can very much be construed as a counselor taking city money to benefit them in the public's eye. I think it puts us in a bad position when it comes through in this type of a form, instead of coming through as Mr. McEldowney said that the school districts are bringing this as a presentation to us, or rather it's whoever it is bringing the presentation of the need for this. So I do not want children in our city to have, or in any city, to have a bad holiday. So, you know, it's, like I said, I feel like I've been put some in a position that we didn't really get a chance to have a really good conversation. And I would like to reach out to 27J and say, are your needs the same as what this is? Because I will tell you, the last report that I had seen, the homelessness number of our children in 27J were as high, if not higher, than what we see down here. And so I'm being stuck in a really bad position. There's only so much money, there's only so many asks, and so many ways that we can grant those needs. But to say that I would do this without checking to make sure that we haven't showed disparate treatment to one subset of children in this city without really looking into the needs of the others almost makes me feel like I would be insensitive to go forward without checking, and to make sure that we're all good by going forward and saying that we did what we considered to be the right thing. And time is really a problem right now, because it's Monday and Christmas Eve is Saturday, Christmas is Sunday.
Yeah,
so
right.
it is a real problem.
It is. And I understand you, Councilman Carson and Councilman McEldowney, your concerns. We're talking about 55 students here, not the, we have probably 14,000 students with 27J and Adams 14 altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a small portion. It's just that Toys for Tots usually reaches out to the kids, and you know, this is Colorado itself, a need for all these schools, Aurora, not just Commerce City. So like I said, this is just an ask, and I will make sure, you know, because I did participate in the Winterfest, serving over several thousands of kids that were there, help stuff in those bags. I mean, I put a lot of time and effort in there myself for that, and we didn't reach every kid there either, you know. 27J, I participate with the kids over here at Second Creek, Landmark, Stewart, Prairie Middle School. I'm pretty active in both school districts, and this just came up. It's a last effort. I was the one to propose, hey, let me ask council and see if this could be filled since it was so late. So, you know, just for what it's going to and the value that it's going to have, I can give you the list of the names and addresses where these are going to go once this is vetted out. So I don't have a problem of following up and making sure what was received and the receipts and everything. So I don't have a problem with that documentation.
All right, Mr. Amador.
I just want to be clear that we have the Equality Community Foundation, and the city puts up money for things and the need of the community, and we have multiple applicants that come, and not everybody's successful. In that same breath, I would say that Adams 14 Foundation, short of, I'll call it Adams 14, was successful in some of the grants. And then we did have another opportunity where the school district asked for their student council for some funds for the parade that they had for the homecoming. And so I know that I'm a big advocate to support the school district, and I think I am back to where Jason's at, is the mechanism that this came to us. And so I'm torn, because I know that it is the holidays, and I know that there are some tough times out there for many people, even whether it's 27J or Adams 14 or what that looks like. And I think the conversation would be very different if a representative of the district was
here for the ask, as opposed to a counselor doing that. And I mean, that's where I'm kind of torn at this point. So I just wanted to be clear that we do have the ability through the QCF to make this happen. I do look at the discretionary funds, and there is a fund balance there. Got it. And so I'm just kind of putting that out there, that it's different to hear it from a council member as opposed to someone from the school district here asking. So, and maybe, I don't know how that came to be, but that's where we're at today. So I'll just leave that right there.
Okay.
Mr. Bullock.
In the absence of a school district member coming and asking us for this money, for us to be using our own discretionary funds, we should be distributing this ourselves. If we're going to do this from our money, we should be the Santa Clauses, not the school district, because they aren't doing it. We are doing it for the school district. So for asks like this, we should, if you want to use our funds, you know, we as the Rotary, we did the same thing, but we got the money, we went out shop, and we handed out the toys. So in an instant like this, if we're going to be asked to use our discretionary funds, we should be the ones that are distributing the toys to the kids, because we are the ones that are providing the toys for the kids. It isn't the school district. So if this was the case, I would rather see a list of names, ask for the money, we go out and shop and do it, especially at this late date. It could be done just as well by us as it could by the school district, and then we know who's taking credit for what we're doing.
I don't have any problem with that. I mean, like I said, this was a late ask. It's for the kids in the school district. This didn't come from any school board member, didn't come from superintendent and all. They were out looking, Reba Droder, looking to fill the need for the Toys R Tots. It was a Toys R Tots program that told them that they couldn't fulfill the toys for those kids. It wasn't the school district. It wasn't CCPPA. It wasn't Commerce City Chambers. It was the fact that the Toys for Tots contacted them and said they can't fulfill that need for those kids. So I said that I would go forward and ask this council to use our discretionary funds to fill that need. That's it. I know going forward, we always tell, it doesn't matter who it is, to go through Quality Community Foundation for a grant or so. But this isn't a grant application situation. This is a need that Toys R Tots, you know, not just drop the ball here, they drop the ball pretty much the whole state. They could only add 100,000 toys that are needed, only can fill 10,000. So this is a filling a void there. And I know that in the past, you know, when it comes to me asking for things, I'm always challenged. I'll put it out there, okay? And I knew that this was going to be another one. So this is not for me. If there are council members that want to help distribute these toys, I think that's great. The more, the merrier. The more help we can get to do this, I'm up for that. This is not me doing this. This is just showing my support. That's it.
I want to go next. Steve, first of all, I want you to know, I don't think any of this is about you or your desires to help in this community. I think what you're doing is very admirable to try to take care of and help kids in our community that otherwise wouldn't have anything for Christmas. I think that's awesome. Okay? And you heard me say before I even started it, remember it's Christmas time. Okay? There are some concerns that I have to bring up. Not about the kids and not about the Christmas gifts and not about your request. First of all, you know, I listen and JD says, you know, we got 2 school districts. Well, we do. Not that, we don't see 27J regularly coming in and requesting. However, from my perspective, and I just have to say it, is very concerning, and I don't know if it's budgeting or what it is through the school district, but we see the student council come in because they didn't have the money budgeted for their parade. There's these needs that keep arising. And I think it's important for the residents at home to know the school district's its own government entity. They have their own tax revenues. They have their own budgeting process. And I guess what's frustrating to me is we go through and have to, whether we're supporting a bond or what we're doing with these school districts. And I know and I can't lay it all out tonight, but I know the money coming in per student and the tax rate that comes into 14 versus 27J. I know there's some differences there, and I just don't understand why, when there's an issue like this, that we're not seeing the district supportive going through the Rotary Club of Commerce City and saying, hey, you have your RILA program, we have a student contingency with Rotary. I literally serve, myself and Renee, served with Dale Mingleton, who's the president of the foundation. And we saw him Wednesday. To not say, hey guys, or hey Rotary. And so part of my concern is, number one, there's several of us that graduated from Adams City High School. There's nothing more that I want than to see Adams City High School and Adams 14 School District do well. I want every kid in the city, whether they're at 14 or 27J, to get a quality education. I want to make sure that their entities are taking care of their own house. And it gets frustrating. Not that you bring this stuff to me, that I don't see them here. Where are the board members saying, hey, we've fallen short, we didn't, where's Dale at Rotary? And I think that part gets frustrating. What you're doing is admirable. I would love to help every kid in this community, and I'm not opposed to supporting your request. But I think that it's not for you. It's for those at home and those board members and those school representatives that we're here and we've always helped. I don't think we've ever turned the district away on any request. And I don't think we would, as a council, ever turn away 27J. I would just say, I know the district's going through some changes. I think it's very important for this community that they start at home and taking care of that need. And my perspective is they haven't for years not engaged with the community enough. But I think it's very important as a government official, for as many years as I've been doing this, for the city, that we make sure that the school district knows, guess what? Here's the grant programs. If you're going to be short on your parade, if you're going to be short on anything else, and I know this came about latter, it didn't happen, it's not something that was expected, the state fell short of $1,100. If the district has to come to the city to say, we're short $1,100 to make sure these kids get gifts, I'm okay helping fill that need. But you have to start being accountable for your own home. It's not you, Steve. It's not you. It's they need to get that message. We're there to always help this community in any way we can. And if it was 27J standing here, I would say the same thing. It's okay to ask, but when a government agency can fall $1,100 short of fulfilling the need for the kids within that realm of government, then we truly have a problem. And I'm going to support your request, but I had to say that for anybody that's watching at home, that I would really like for the district, when they need help from the city, for the district to be here and say, this is why. Because for some reason, there's a problem with budgeting or accounting if you can't fill an $1,100 gap at Christmas time for 50 kids. Not you, Steve. You're doing a great job, and I'm very proud of the fact that you have that sympathy in your heart for this community. But they need to hear it from me. So I had to say it. We're going to continue. Mr. McEldowney.
I think part of the challenge, and I know you gave a mea culpa on how this came about, what's missing here is clarity. I've heard reference to Toys for Tots. I've heard reference to Reba. I've heard reference to Adams 14. So I'm looking at a request here that says Adams 14 2016 toy program. I'm looking at an email that you sent us before the meeting about Toys for Tots as a formal Toys for Tots program falling short. The dots don't connect for me. So help me understand. If I read the article, can I infer from this that Adams 14 put in a list of requests with Toys for Tots, and Toys for Tots has had a bad year, and they've now said, I'm sorry, Adams 14, which I assume is Reba acting on behalf of Adams 14, saying, we can't fulfill all your requests. And so now we're trying to fill the gap for this Toys for Tots shortcoming. Is that what this is?
Yeah, I did state that. I state that this is a Toys for Tots program for Adams 14, and they came at the last request, said, hey, we can't fill the needs for Adams 14, and that we had 100,000 requests, and we only could fill 10,000. And, like I said, this is only an ask. Reba put out there, they were going to go out there, talk to community, talk to businesses. I looked at the time that would take to go around and do that.
Sorry,
so
I just needed the quick answer. So the 100,000 you're referring to is the broader Denver area Toys for Tots program is 100,000 toys short, not Adams 14.
No.
Okay. So I would like to put a bow on this. So I'm done with my comment.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'm open for a motion. Mr. Amador.
Move to approve the request for Adams 14 2016 toy program in the amount of $1,100 of discretionary funds.
Mr. Bullock.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? I will be supporting this motion and second. However, I want the district to know that I think it's important that they start getting together. We get the communication necessary on programs that are lacking funding for both 27J and 14. That we are the keeper of the city tax revenues and expenditures, and they are the keeper of the school district's revenues and expenditures for both districts. And that if there is a gap, and someone can come and explain that gap to us, that we are always more than willing to help our community in any way we can. But I would request that they start doing it in a little bit more formal manner. With that said, Ms. Carson, do you have anything to discussion?
Well, Mr. Douglas, I will support this. I'm not in agreement with the way that it came forward, and it is leaving me the lack of this great feeling that we did something really good, because the way that this has come forward and the way we're distributing this money, I do not think it is fair to the citizens of the city. I just don't. I don't think it's fair that there's this request here, because we have a lot of children suffering, and there are lots of entities, and the city does do a lot. The city, the employees do a food drive. They participate any way, shape, or form they can. This should have been brought forward in a different way. So, like I said, I will support it, but I hope in the future that fellow counselors think twice before they bring it forward in this manner. And I would encourage you that if you're going to get this active, that do not forget we have 2 school districts and things need to be done fairly.
Mr. Teeter.
I may be the only one, but I'm not going to support this tonight.
Okay. Mr. Douglas.
No, and I appreciate all the comments that have been brought forward and all that. And like I said, this is a last-minute request. Like I said, I am active with both school districts and had 27J ask for a request. It didn't matter what it is. I'll be here for them as well.
All right. That's the end of discussion. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right. Well, the nays, please hold your hands up so I can know how many voted no. 2 nays. Motion is carried. We're going to support it this time. But I don't know. I got to ask this, Steve. Is there coordination between the organizations? Is there coordination? Huh? That's what I'm saying. Is there coordination to the district board and some of these programs? Are they coordinating? So what the feeling it gives me is either the board doesn't know that they need this request and they're not here to request it, or they know and they don't care. And I don't like either of those options. So that gets frustrating.
Well, I don't want to throw the school board underneath the bus here, because it's not the school board. It's for Adams 14 there's a lot of programs and nonprofits within our city, and that's how it was brought to me. So.
Well, and I get that.
And I understand.
I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just trying to say I don't understand how the coordination's not blending, and that's why I supported it, because it's for the kids and it's for a good cause. But I don't understand. There's not, for some reason, there's a gap or something to not have the president of the school board here. I mean, for crying out loud, if the city was that short in their budget to where we couldn't take care of a needed program within our jurisdiction, that I had to go before the county commissioners and say, I need $1,100 to fulfill a need that we can't fulfill. Or even better yet, I don't even go. And I have Steve Odorisio go, hey, I talked to the mayor. They're short $1,100 for a program. I just think that that's not right. Making sure those kids have a Christmas is the right thing to do, but it's not right the way. And like I said, what you're doing is admirable. You're the messenger, and you're just trying to help. But where's the district? That part's frustrating.
I understand that.
And that's the frustrating part. All right, enough on
Any more?
no, Councilwoman Elliott.
Okay, so I understand both sides of this, and then I sit there and wonder, why did we vote if we weren't wholeheartedly in this manner? We've got audiences at home,
Yep.
probably maybe wanting to step in if they're they have the ability to do so. My only question is, and it's nothing against you, Steve, and I realize, don't shoot the messenger, but you've been getting shot at, and I get that. But in the same token, if we were to fulfill this dollar amount, and I understand that they are out seeking donations from other businesses, what happens to those donations that come in the event that we pay this amount of money?
No, there wasn't enough time to do that, and that's why I came forward with this.
Okay, then maybe I misunderstood, because I thought they were still
No,
trying to solicit any type of donations.
No, I made that clear that there wasn't enough time for that. So
We're all sitting up here kind of having feelings. It's nothing against you. I want to help. I definitely want to help. I just feel that I'm in a position to have to wonder, okay, what about our other school district? Maybe there's someone out there listening, wondering if we are able to do the same thing for them, if they might be in the same situation. And I realized that Toys for Tots was the one that notified the district or whoever that is. I'm just not, I want to help. I definitely want to help. I don't want this to fall on your shoulders. I definitely want to do a community effort to do what's right. But we're broken, and we're half-heartedly voting, and yet we're still kind of going back and forth. And yes, I waited for my comments at the very end, but I just don't understand how we move forward with something like this.
Well, we just did.
Can I speak one more time?
Wait a second, there's still other people that have their lights lit. Mr. McEldowney, you turned yours off? All right. Mr. Amador.
For other administrative council business?
I got one more that I'm going to allow, and that's Councilwoman Carson.
And I just turned mine on because, Ms. Elliott, you're right. And Mr. Douglas, this is the problem, is that we set up here as counselors, and you get put in a position of being a bad guy because we're talking children, and we're talking children getting presents for Christmas. And it is the hardest thing to set up here and do what Mr. McEldowney and Mr. Teeter did and say no. But as far as the right, appropriate thing that should have been done, my opinion is we all should have said no, because this is not the way this needs to come forward. It just is, it's totally wrong, but because of what the ask was, we're more comfortable with doing it the wrong way and making ourselves feel good that we went ahead and did this. Instead of sticking to the grounds and to the policies and to saying that, no, we have gone and misappropriated the way that we're going to distribute these funds. And so, Ms. Elliott, you're correct. We are voting. That's why I said there's no good feeling of joyful gift giving to children here. It's the feeling that I was put in a position that saying no is the hardest thing to do, and I just couldn't do it tonight. But should I have? Yes, I should have. I should have voted with Mr. McEldowney and Mr. Teeter. So I guess when I had said earlier that I hope in the future other counselors don't do this, this is the warning. I will be voting that way in the future.
All right, moving on. Next, we're going to go into new, uncharted council administrative business. Mr. Amador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so we did improvements to 72nd, and we added bike lanes and we added turn lanes. And I drive by 72nd and Oneida, and there are two arrows that point directly at each other that encourage a head-on collision. And so as thinking about this and almost being a casualty of a head-on collision myself, how do we solve this problem? And so currently the arrows in the center lane, I'll call it the center median if you want to call it that, to turn, they both turn a left-hand turn facing each other, but the arrows point towards each other. So I think maybe a solution would be to erase the arrows and at least put the tails of the arrows to point to touch instead of the heads of the arrows to touch. And I think there would at least be a way for people to make a left turn in either direction without coming to a head-on collision the way that the arrows point right now. So that's my first administrative council business, because it is a little scary to make that left-hand turn whether you're going west or east. So maybe we could just explore that, and at least we wouldn't have exposure as the arrows on the pavement told me to do the head-on. The other administrative council business, and I brought it up before, the mobile home that sits in front of CLA, Career Leadership Academy, has been out there for a really long time. I did see that they took it off the wheels and they have it on blocks. However, there's no skirting or anything around it, and it really is an eyesore to see what's going on. So maybe if we could just get an update on that in the city manager's report at some point.
Brian?
Oh, wait, I see Brian.
Just a very brief update. There is enforcement action in process there with the owner of the park. We'll get you an update with more specifics, but rest assured it's not been dropped by city staff.
Very good. And then the last one, just it's in that same vicinity as well along Highway 2. There's like I'm not sure if you call it a shed structure or what it is, but what I can tell you, it's in half process right now, and I can tell you that I believe there are people living in that shed. The windows are plywooded shut, so you can't tell what's in there or not. And it's kind of sitting there. So I'm sure they have an open permit. They have X amount of time to get it completed. But I would just, watch that as well, because you just drive by that every day and I go, wow, like what's going on here? So if we could just look into that, see what the status of that they're making progress on the shed structure, because it appears to lack funding to complete the shed. I'm going to say that. All right, thank you.
They're not coming to request, right?
I think that's why it got stopped, because they got stopped because of no permit, and plus it's too close to any fence that would be there. There's no variance whatsoever.
All right. Staff will be looking into those items, Mr. Amador. Mr. Douglas.
Yes. There was a press release showing about the grave sites on Highway 2 for folks who have memorials over there to come pick those up. I would request that we hold on to those, that we gather up and people don't come get them within the next week or month or so until we can get a hold of people on those properties. And I know some people are asking, once that highway's done, because I've seen this after completed projects, that those memorials go back up. So what is our plans or our policy for memorials on our roads? And now that we've taken over Highway 2, but just what's the norm?
I don't know that we have a written policy. I certainly appreciated the work staff's done on Highway 2 to be thoughtful and considerate of those. I believe, though, what you're requesting is different than what we indicated in that press release. So I would want the opportunity to talk to staff and find out if that's practical, if we have any way of getting a hold of these folks. I understand the sentiment, just not sure it's practical.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But we can certainly check.
All right. And I know last year we had talked about putting holiday lights or so up on 104th near Chambers, and I see that this year we didn't do that. And I know there's Santas and light decorations on the poles down here on Parkway.
It's my recollection, I'd have to double check, that we provided information to council about funding that would be required to do that. It's perhaps a good example of one of these items that comes up during the year and really needs to be incorporated as part of the budget process. We don't necessarily have a great system for reminding council of those items to be considered during the budget process. But that's my recollection. There was quite a significant cost, and it would need to be something the council would prioritize as part of the budget process.
All right, I'll add that to my list for our winter retreat discussion. And then the airways over our meeting, was that taken care of as far as the sound for our regular council meetings?
I'm not aware that there's any issue.
Yeah, I brought that up 2 weeks ago, and that people have a hard time hearing our council meetings, and I said that would be addressed.
Sorry, I don't call that item, but sounds like other staff does.
That is in the 2017 work plan. The issues that are caused are a result of the combination of the Channel 8 between the city and the school district, and that equipment largely lies on their end.
Gotcha.
We have a work plan item in the 2017 work plan to uncouple some of that equipment and bring it into the city so that we have more control over the quality of the sound that's broadcast from these meetings.
Okay.
Quick further update, though. Ms. Halstead just texted down and indicated the issue that was raised 2 weeks ago has been fixed, but we'll certainly continue to monitor it.
All right, I appreciate that. And the last one is I was traveling south on Vasquez Boulevard towards 56, and you go over the train tracks. There's a large dip. It looks like it was fairly new construction or so, or transition from the railroads to the road, and it's a really hard dip. I mean, you go over tracks and you come down, and if we could look at that.
South
56, yeah, going southbound on Vasquez Boulevard. Yeah, north 56, yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have to request CDOT because the tracks are south of 56, not north.
Yeah, well, south.
And that would be Denver jurisdiction state highway.
So I thought we were in that border of
Yeah,
Commerce City.
it's just when you get south of Colorado Boulevard,
that's right.
where it goes over,
Yeah.
is when you hit those bad tracks. But that would be Denver and or state highway, depending on what jurisdiction. But we can have staff look into that and send what they need to. Maria's back there shaking her head, so we can make that request to the entity that is responsible.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. Just maybe this is more of a follow-up on a request a few months ago, and I know it's just something that kind of continually happens without staff knowledge, but over the last few weeks, I've noticed over at King Soopers on the south side of the building, what would that be, 62nd Avenue, there's a number of people panhandling there, and again at the intersection of 60th and what is it? I just went blank, 85. But I noticed that there were little mini camps that were set up, and you can't necessarily see them unless you're actually stopped and you just happen to be nosy like I am, and look to your left if you're turning right to go south, or excuse me, to go north on 85. I saw an office, looks like an office chair, a swiveling chair that was hanging in the trees for whatever reason. But I've noticed that there's a large amount of debris, garbage, whatever. It's just kind of intermittent. It's not on a regular basis, but over the last 2 weeks I have noticed that there are groups of people that are kind of staying in that particular area because there's a fence. I don't know if it's a drainage part, if you know what I'm talking about. They kind of hide and you can't really see that. And that goes along with the panhandling on Highway 85. I was turning in to go left on 60th, and there's people that are walking in the median, and it's very dark, and of course there's probably close to a foot of snow in that median. I saw them slip a few times, like they would actually slip to one side or the other, excuse me. And so that's a concern, not only for their safety, but obviously any type of accidents for cars trying to maybe, veer out of the way. So I don't know if that's something, it's regularly, they're there on a regular, I drive that stretch of road every single day, 2 or 3 times a day. So if we could definitely look into that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McEldowney.
Snow.
We finally got some.
We had some snow. I think maybe more than any of us expected. So a few things I noticed. One, and this is just one example intersection, Landmark at 104th. The northeast corner of that intersection is a bus stop, one of the 104X routes. You could not get to that bus stop if you wanted to, because and I'm not sure if it was the city or the Metro District had cleared the sidewalk, but our plows completely buried the bench and the sidewalk. And that's the same corner where we have the undersized sidewalk segment by that light pole. So, I mean, there was literally no way for anybody to get to that bus stop. And I know that there are a number of regular commuters that use that location. So seeing that, I looked at most of the same situation along the way, and we had sporadic clearing of the sidewalk and blockages of the bus benches. The other concern I noted on Highway 2, actually no, Quebec rather, earlier this afternoon, and again, even on my way to council this evening, the main streets coming out onto Quebec, fairly okay, but the smaller connectors that come out from between the berms, you had vehicles stuck. Literally, somebody was trying to get out, and there were two different people at two different points stuck because the wall of snow had been put across there, and people with low clearance vehicles could not get out. So I know we've talked before about sort of cleanup action, major movement of snow followed by a smaller vehicle that can do some clear out. I don't know if we need to physically remove snow. I mean, this wasn't a major event, but there was a good amount of it. But I noted that there were a lot of places where it seemed like our actions to clear the roadway blocked people in certain locations. And so I don't know that that's technically administrative council business, other than I'd like us to just think about, you know, what do we see? I'm sorry, there was one other piece related to that. We talked about, again, I'll use my own backyard as an example. South Lawn Parkway, plowing to the shady side of the street as opposed to the sunny side of the street. South Lawn Parkway got plowed, fantastic. It got plowed up to the north side of the curb, so it's in the shade and will not melt, as opposed to getting plowed to the center where sun will potentially melt it. So, and there are other similar spots in other neighborhoods, and I would just ask again that if we can look at the routes and where that exists. I don't know what's involved in changing the direction of a blade.
They have a
I figured it was a joystick. I didn't want to underestimate or overestimate the complexity. But my thought is simply, if I'm going to do a pass on a road like that, I cut my blade the other way. I pile it into a non-traffic area. And the reason I bring this up again is, got a bus stop on that street. We had an issue with my child and another child falling on the snow because it doesn't melt. So if we can just kind of keep an eye on how we do the best of those things. And I will, in the same breath, give kudos to Public Works for clearing as many streets as we did. My wife commutes out of the city into Aurora regularly and curses the minute she crosses into Denver or Aurora because like streets are not cleared to the same degree, so kudos there. Today she had to head down and meet somebody in Denver and was cursing Denver's inability to plow to a similar degree to Commerce City. So while I'm nitpicking, I recognize that we have fantastic service from our staff, and I don't want to have that go unsaid. But my nitpicks are out there, so thank you.
I want to piggyback on that real quick, Jason, because I was extremely surprised to see that I didn't end up getting a lot of complaints about road conditions through the Tower Road area, through the Highway 2 area. So I think it's important that we recognize all of the public works staff that help clear the roads. I know we're always going to have areas that have to have attention maybe differently than others because of thawing and what have you. But I have to reiterate, thank you to the snowplow drivers and the work that they did.
They did great. If I went into Denver, right after you cross the line on the Pena it was horrible, and ours was all plowed. But I'm not gonna talk about them, because I might have to go back in.
You just did. You done with Jason? Is that all you had? All right. Mr. Amador?
I did have one more concern on 72nd. So at the left turn arrow at 72nd and Highway 85, there was a lot of thought put into the improvements of the left-hand turn when you're heading west off of 72nd to 85. So there used to be about a 3-car stack, and now there's probably an 8 to 10 car stack. However, the yellow light only lets 3 cars go through if you're on it. And so these cars keep stacking up, and I think we've heard, what is the timing of the yellow turn signals to get onto Highway 2 right there. So we're right there at Highway 2 by Derby Tire. And so I'm not sure if it's a function of the yellow light has to stay yellow in the same direction for the same amount of time if you were going west and east, because on the east side only maybe 2 cars, maybe 3 cars max can stack. But there's some thought that went into making sure that the cars that stack, that are heading westbound, can stack there to not not make traffic problems. However, the light never gets longer, so the same amount of cars get through, and the stacking gets greater and greater. So I don't know where that's at, but maybe we could just look into possibly making the yellow light a little bit longer to let more than 2 cars and 3 cars if you're on it.
Let me just make sure I understand. Westbound 72nd to southbound Highway 2?
Yes, correct.
There needs to be more green arrow for the left turning traffic.
Yes, more green time. So I call it yellow because everybody always keeps going on yellow. So, and usually always the 3rd car sitting there past that, and you're hoping the guy in the front gets on it.
We can absolutely check on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Teeter?
I hope this has been fixed. I didn't travel that road today, but I did the last couple of days. Coming from 80th Avenue, going south on Quebec, the 2 lanes that we maintain going south, as you got by the high school where the curve was at, the inside lane was still not only half plowed. So that inside lane had to push over into the left lane, coming around that corner over there. I hope they picked that up today and got that fixed, because that's pretty obvious. I'm surprised we didn't get somebody sideswiped over there.
Okay. Mr. Douglas?
Yes. I forgot to bring up the 88th and 96th. I know 2 weeks ago we talked about they were going to keep that open for 2 more months, and then we just got an update saying they'll keep it up to April. And then I had asked requests for Flatirons to come in and give the public a overview of their timeline. And if they were going to do that long, I mean, we did give them that at their leisure of using that to the best ability. But it's more so taking care of those ruts too, because people can continue to drive on that. It's becoming a problem.
Actually, as part of the city manager report tonight, you might have noticed Mr. Hergenrader here in response to Mr. Douglas's email. I know it was a frustration to many, if not all of you. We wanted to take a few minutes under the city manager report to give you a quick update on Tower Road, particularly that detour route. So I know it's getting late, but I think it's probably a worthwhile update when we get to the city manager report.
Yep. As soon as we get to the city manager report, I will I'll call on you.
Okay, and the last thing is I'm not sure if it was our plow truck or someone else's plow truck, but I guess they hit a manhole cover, and the manhole cover, I'm not sure where it went, but it pierced someone's gas tank, and that was this morning. So I'm not sure if there was a follow-up or if the police department got anything as far as a call of a manhole cover being displaced. I believe it's up off 104 somewhere.
On 104th or in one of the
104th between
neighborhoods? So it's on
Tower and I'd say probably Blackhawk. Thanks.
Okay. There's no more administrative council business. We're going into reports. Mr. City Manager,
Mr. Douglas spoiled all of the
I guess.
surprise update. We understand and appreciate the frustration. We did send that update out last week. Give council a heads up that the press release was going out. I do think it's worthwhile to spend a few minutes giving you a quick update on Tower Road. We also would like to come back on January 23rd in a study session and give you a more detailed update. It might not seem like constructing a road like that is that complicated, but it's a tremendous coordination of efforts through that section. And not only is work occurring where the detour is, it's occurring up and down 104th Avenue. But let me turn it over to Scott to give you a quick update, hopefully put you at ease a bit. We'll acknowledge some mistakes that we made and how we communicated out to the public. I think it's best if I let Scott walk through some slides. I know it's getting late. We'll move through the information quickly. And again, we're committed to coming back to you on January 23rd, in particular to talk a little bit more about schedule and the detours. So tonight, kind of a brief update to hopefully hold you over until we can provide a more detailed update on January 23rd. I think it's already loaded.
Brian,
Just need to pull it up.
you said 104th, you meant Tower Road.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we understand.
Tower Road.
104th again.
There are no detours on 104th. We're not planning any detours on 104th. 104th has been under construction for 100 years. No, I meant Tower Road. Yeah, we are apparently missing a manhole cover on 104th. We'll have to sort that out. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you,
hopefully the
Mr.
manhole
Mr. Bo.
cover is not still missing.
That would be a heck of a problem on the road if there's a manhole cover missing.
Exactly.
So I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. I know it's late. Another PowerPoint coming at you. We'll make this quick, but as Brian said, we just wanted to give you a quick update in response to the good question that was raised. Based on that question and other issues, we actually had, as part of our quality assurance program, on the program, we had a project review with the Public Works team several weeks ago and went through all the issues. And the good news is that this project is tracking right on in terms of budget and schedule. So we're very pleased with that. So that's first and foremost. As we look at the famous gold star, we're still tracking for the end of the year. And as this previous slide indicated, we may even have some opportunity to bring that back a little bit. So overall, the project is still tracking very, very well. In terms of the update, you may recall that there's 3 different segments we're tracking. Segment 1 actually goes from just north of 80th up to 88th. Segment 2 goes from 88th to 96th, as Councilman Douglas indicated. And segment 3 is the furthest north, is 96th up to just south of 104th. So, as Brian said, there's actually work going on. Utility relocations and grading is happening up and down the entire corridor. So really, they're setting the table to be able to really do the production work as we come out of the winter here. Specifically in segment 1, we've got the Second Creek box culvert as well. That's on the south side. We're looking at some of the safety concerns that were raised as it relates to the area in terms of the work going on there. The water line, I know that's been another topic that has been reconnected. There are going to be future water line closures throughout that entire corridor, but in going through the issues on this first closure, I think we've got the process well in place. And Ed Thompson, the project manager that works for Maria, has got a really good rapport now with Able and that South Adams team. So we feel very good about that. Segment 2 in the area, Councilman, that you had mentioned, we've got the utility relocations and grading. As part of the review, we went through what the detour was actually going to require, and unfortunately, that press release got out, and I think people just relied on that too much. That should have said 90 days, should have said 180 days, not 90 days. There was never, ever going to be an opportunity to bring that detour back by the end of the year. So we're looking at late March, early April to get that detour out of business. And we're going to be going through another project review at about that time, just to look at the sequence of the balance of those detours. So apologize for that. If we could unring the bell and go back in time, that press release would have said 180 days, so apologies for that. In segment 3, which is the furthest north, we're still looking, speaking of detours, at the evaluation of whether or not E470 makes sense and what's going to be the most economically viable alternative for us there. As Brian did indicate, we're going to go through and give you a more detailed brief on the project on January 23rd at that study session. But overall, the project is going very, very well. And you've heard me say before that project delivery is a team sport, continues to be a team sport as captain of the team. Apologies for any miscommunication or information or phones ringing that may have caused your office. We wanted to get that right, and we think the most important thing is we've got that right now. So if there's any other questions, be happy to entertain those.
If I could just sneak in and emphasize 2 points. One is Scott's right that the detour was never planned to last only 90 days. It was always planned to last longer. That's why the press release says the detour is going to last longer, but the overall project is still on schedule. That was an internal miscommunication. We're still understanding how that happened to make sure that doesn't happen again. Accurate information for council and for the public is crucial. There's enough frustration just because of regular road construction. We don't need to add to it by sharing incorrect information and setting inappropriate expectations out in the public. The second point, I'm not sure if Scott mentioned it or not, we do understand the need to be more proactive in how we're maintaining the detour. It's just wasn't effective to be reacting to situations. So we've committed to, if necessary, spending some additional money to better maintaining 88th and Buckley. Understanding all we spend there is temporary money because we're planning to tear all that out when Tower Road's done. So part of the plan is to do a better job of maintaining 88th and Buckley in the meantime. In fact, when we're back to you on January 23rd, the contractor, the project management team has proposed the possibility of leaving the detour open even after that segment of Tower Road is back open, just to help spread the traffic out. We're not sure what we think about that yet, but we'll be ready to talk about that on January 23rd.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes, Jason, did you have something?
We can probably wait until the 23rd, but when I heard mention of potentially leaving that open, I think that was maybe in Troy's response. The first thing I thought of was, well, do you send all southbound traffic down one way and to bring all northbound traffic the other way? I mean, if you're, I don't know. It'll be interesting to hear what their logic is on why you do that, but anyway.
Anyone else? Okay. Anything else in your report, Brad?
We did provide some additional updates. I'll just call your attention to them. Please reach out if you have questions. Traditionally, we don't send a city manager update when there's no Monday city council meeting. However, we had quite a few updates for today's city manager update. We wanted to tweak a few of them a little bit more, but not wait until January 9th. So we'll be sending something out later this week, first part of next week. And then the next city manager update won't be until January 9th. So thanks.
All right. City Attorney.
I have nothing to report this evening.
No,
You tell me you looked at them papers because you
no.
got them all stacked up,
Yep.
and I thought you were going to tell us something.
Getting ready to go eventually.
He's trying to get ready to make an exit. All right. For my report, of course, we had Rotary meetings. The employee holiday party, thanks to staff, many of us were there. It's great to see the employees and interact and wish them a great holiday. The GoCo Inspire Initiative event out at the Refuge. Myself and Rick went to the ACC meeting, as well as staff. The Mingle with Kringle event, I was unable to attend. I don't know how well that went off, but I know it's always a good event, so hopefully there was a good amount of participation from the community. Legislative reception and dinner went well. The Rocky Mountain Arsenal Bison Roundup, several of us attended that. Always a good event.
You got good weather this year.
Yeah, we had good weather this year. Usually it's really cold. It was a very nice day and worked out well. I had a meeting with the Cowley companies. I had a meeting with the audit team. And I don't think council realizes that every year the audit team pulls me in. And okay, so the audit team calls me in and I have to sit down and they have to ask me certain questions. One of those questions are, do you know of any council member that's extorting funds from the city? And I said, if I did, they wouldn't be here. I mean, you know, but there's these certain questions you have to go through, and it's just an annual thing. So any of you that want to become the mayor at some point in time, you have to remember, you'll be dealing with the audit team at least once a year. Rotary again. Sunshine Plumbing and Heating had a celebration that several of us were at. And then one of the best things every year that I get the opportunity to do, and I know Mr. Bullock enjoys it as well, is Rotary all year long does a program called the Heart and Soul program. And every week we all enter into this. It's a 75-25 drawing that we do. And 75% of those funds that are raised through that little raffle go back into this Heart and Soul shoe program. And every year, Rotarians get so many families that they have to serve, and we have to contact them and set up meetings to meet them at Walmart. And we allot for $25 per child to purchase shoes for them. And I went and met with all my families last Thursday, saw several other Rotarians there meeting with them, with their families, and we buy their shoes. And it's one of those things that's a feel-good thing. It's one of those things that what Mr. Douglas was trying to do tonight is a feel-good thing. You know, it just needs to be done in the right channel. So I really enjoy doing it, and it helps make my Christmas better, knowing that I'm out there helping some other families. And to end my report tonight, this is the last council meeting of the year, let alone it's the last council meeting before Christmas. So I want to make sure I wish the city council, all of you, a Merry Christmas. I had another great year of serving this community because of the support and the folks that serve on this council with me. And I want to thank each and every one of you for the cards and or gifts that you brought tonight to pass out to your comrades up here, the rest of the city council. So thank you for all of your efforts all year long, not just today. It means a lot to this community. It means a lot to me. The same goes for our administrative staff. It's been a long, hard year. You guys have had your plates really full, and you do a good job, and we appreciate everything you do. We do, however, get frustrated when we get a 90-day piece that goes out that's 180 days, and I know you're working on that, but if we don't have that to rib you once in a while and keep you on track, then we don't have anything. So we're gonna lay it on you when you got it coming, but you guys do a great job, as well as some of the other administrative staff that's not here tonight. But I really want to wish all of the city employees a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I hope that you all have the opportunity to spend time with your families, whether you're a janitor or a snowplow driver or a city manager or city attorney. I hope that next year is good for everyone. And most importantly, I want to wish every resident of Commerce City a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And if there be nothing further, we are adjourned.
I've got 7 in the morning and 1 at night tomorrow.
What? Oh,
My family.
your families? Yeah, I got mine done. So,
This person had 10 kids, please. I said, wait a minute, how many are under 18? She said, oh, 7.
did you read the letter?
Yeah, that
Okay.
was a great letter. Saying thank you, but no thank you.